we're going to say, all right, let's just do a few features at a time. We call minimum viable product. What would be the minimum viable product we could put out to see if people like our approach to streaming music? And so we determine these two features, and then we got to figure out which art can take these features when it makes sense, right? And so we'd probably have some art established that's focused in this area, and we would add these to their backlog. And then we break down into stories so that we know which teams are going to work on which aspect. All right, so that's just a little warm up. Finally, everybody's just dragging in from partying all night. You know, Charlene, those PMPs, they're always out late partying and stuff like that.
So it's
Good morning.
so it's like stories, and then stories, epics, and then features, and then epics. So
Right.
yeah, stories, features, and
Right,
epics. So too many stories make
Yep.
a feature, and then too many features make an epic. So
That's right. Just enough.
So
Just enough.
so
Right.
an epic is more than a couple features, and then a feature is a couple stories.
Well, an epic could be as many features as it takes until the business is satisfied that it's done enough in that realm. Right? Maybe they're going to really go far and start incorporating artificial intelligence and talking robots or something, right? With their streaming music, right? So in which case they're going to have features for years. But it's a way to categorize the work like a bucket. And then, but then when you get to the feature level, now these things are very time boxed, discrete things. A feature has a particular focus. So I use the term minimum marketable feature. It should be this very focused thing that would take no more than a PI. How long is a PI? Anybody remember?
Uh, 8 weeks.
It's in the range. That's right, 8 to 12 weeks.
8 to 12 weeks.
And it's can be accomplished by one team of teams. Maybe this feature could in all its stories, could be accomplished by one single team. There's no rule against that, but we would still have a feature for that art because the art's probably working on other things, and sometimes the feature will need multiple teams. So this is just the parent-child relationship that just keeps everything nice and clean. Then we have governance that happens on each of these. So we have a definition of done for stories and a definition of done for features. And so we can specify a certain amount of quality standards, right, or testing that has to be done at each level. All right, very good. Okay, so go ahead and log into this. This is a different login than yesterday. It's a one-off. It's just a day one review. So we're just going to join and have a little warm-up team competition. So you can use your phone, or there's the link in chat. Since everybody just rolled out of bed, I'm assuming that's why y'all are being so slow. I'm feeling tired too. I don't know why. While you guys are joining, did everybody get the invite that I sent out this morning? Check your emails, because apparently my email invite is going straight to spam, is what a couple of people told me. It's an invite for the optional study session. Okay, did I do something wrong here? Is this thing presenting? Are y'all able to get in this?
Yep.
Okay, I think it's just not showing anybody. That's weird. See if you guys can join and start doing this feedback. Just checking pace of the class. Yeah. It's weird. It's like it says there's 0 people, but then people are voting. So this is a bug. 0 participants right now.
I just logged in and
Okay.
yeah, and I if it's feedback you're looking for, I just gave you 10 in everything.
Oh, okay. The only problem is it's only a scale of 1 to 5. So
Oh.
how did you do that?
Oh, I mean five, not 10, 5.
Well, and this isn't more rating. I mean, this is just for me. No, nobody sees this. It's just for our class. I just want to make sure that I'm a little disappointed in the 3.7 on the goat. I think you guys need more goat to fully appreciate it, is what I'm thinking. Because I mean, this is kind of low. All right, this is good. The topics look relevant, getting value. Now it's good on the goat. We got a 4.3 on the class. Pace is about right. Looks like except for one person. And let's see. So this could be going too fast or too slow. Does anybody want to share? You don't have to. This could be anonymous, but it'll help me. You know, in general, I think pace of the class, I'd imagine it's a little dragging for some people and really fast for others. But I think I'm going to stay about the same pace. But if you're the person that gave the 1, shoot me a private message or something. Just let me know if there's anything that I can do to give you more information, focus on a particular topic. If it's too slow, I probably should ask that. And if it's going too fast, reach out to me as well, right? And maybe I have some tips for you. That sound fair? All right. So again, check your email spam folder, and I sent out an invite for Thursday. And this is good. It's optional for the study session. So, all right, join your teams and I've got a set of questions that are just reviewing anything that we covered yesterday, basically, to warm us up. All right. And you guys, did anybody try to join? I'm just curious how this works. Join after I started a quiz. Does it let you do that? Did anybody try that yesterday? I'm just curious if it locks people out after I start. I don't think it does.
I can see the email. You said it's on spam.
It may have gone to spam. Most people are telling me it's going to spam. And I think it's because I'm using the new Office, and I was using that feature where you can hide participants' emails from everybody. And my hunch is that it's sending that through some proxy servers or something, which probably make it look suspicious. It's not like a regular invite. So I might not do that anymore. Okay. Gonna start the time test. You guys ready? Question 1. Oops, I accidentally talked about this one earlier, if you were on.
It's 8 to 12 weeks.
Okay, you're not supposed to give everybody the answer. I don't know if that's right or not, though, right? Oh, so you said it too late for these two. They already locked in their answer. All right, so just this right here, I figured would fool somebody at least, and that is that. Remember, an iteration is recommended to be 2 weeks. That's what the team follows, but the art follows a PI, a planning interval, and that's 8 to 12 weeks. That sound good?
Let me ask you something. So,
Yeah.
I think you answered the question I asked yesterday. So, an iteration, which is like a sprint in Scrum,
Yes.
can be. I'm not, because I did Scrum first, and I'm very new to this. So, there's no sounding like an idiot, but I don't want to sound like an idiot. But I just want to talk in terms
If
that
you have
I
a
can.
question,
Yeah.
everybody else probably, there's probably other people with that question.
I want to talk.
And if it is a stupid question, we'll talk behind your back. We won't say it in front of you, so don't worry.
That's
I'm just kidding.
That's great. So I want to be able to talk in terms that I'm able to understand, even if it's not the actual terminology that I'm going to use at work if I get inside a safe environment. But you just said what I think you were not trying to tell me yesterday, but you did right now. So an iteration is more. It's an iteration is an iteration in safe is a sprint in Scrum, but an iteration can also be compared to an ART because an iteration is 2 to 4 weeks in Scrum, but in safe it's called an ART where the PI is, which is 8 to 12 weeks. Am I?
No. An iteration is a sprint. It's just a different name for it.
Yeah. Okay.
And a sprint is the team at the team level. Individual teams follow these 2-week sprints, right?
Yes.
2-week iterations.
Yep.
But as an art, we only come together with all the teams and plan and go through that cycle. You know, it's a longer cadence called a PI. And that's what's 8 to 12 weeks.
Okay.
Okay, but so you can think of, we were going to plan for 10 weeks, and then you can think of all of the iteration boundaries as checkpoints along the way to finishing the PI.
Okay.
The bigger PI. Does that make sense?
So a PI, quote unquote, is a sprint, but it's a long sprint.
No.
It's a long sprint.
Oh, I guess you could think of it like that. I just call it the cadence or the time box. The time box for a feature, which is what arts work on, is 8 to 12 weeks. The time box for a team and a story is 2 weeks. Right? And you could think of those as little checkpoints, right, along the way. So just real quick, just to make sure everybody's got that. So if you look at the diagram here, they kind of indicate it. It's a little bit hard to see. But if I zoom in, you see these little lines? They're going, so there's PI planning. Everybody plans, and then the teams are meeting every iteration. So you see how it says iterations?
Yeah.
They're the iterations or these little checkpoints along the way. The PI, those spans all of this. You see how that's there? So we plan, then everybody's checking in every 2 weeks, checking in, showing progress, doing demos. Then with the end of the PI, that's it. We show the final demo, and now we're going to plan again for another PI, which is made up of iterations. So we're actually going to do a PI planning simulation, and I think you'll see it as you're going to walk through it. Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, but yeah, I got it.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, as expected, you guys are close team. So team 2, it's a tiny, tiny edge. All right, let's look at this one. So I took the definitions from, I think, the glossary for these. All right, let's see how we did. Hey, very good. Very good. So if you missed it, just make sure you understand, right? It's focus in on the levels if you can. So like on this one, it says team. That automatically, teams deal in stories. This one says art. Automatically, features are at the art level. This one doesn't say anything, but that's all that's left, right? It's the big effort. Everybody good? All right. Team 2 still has a little early lead. Don't let my reference to PDCA confuse you too much. Just what's the typical order of these in a sprint? I'm sorry, an iteration. Arnold's got me messed up. All right, let's see what we did. I always catch a few people with this. Did anybody reverse 3 and 4? Is that where, I wonder if that happened. So
I got it right, but I ran out of time. I was getting ready to submit and it said time up.
I hate time limits. Who did that? Here's the slide that has to do with it. I went ahead and stuck in this. It's from your notes. And you see how they've aligned the PDCA cycle, each of the things, right? So iteration planning, execution, review, retrospective. Now, usually these 2 events are held very close to the same time, if not back to back. And it wouldn't be the end of the world if they were reversed. but this is sort of the traditional way that it's done. Everybody good? Oh, it's getting close. Look at that. Good. That was pretty even. These are really even teams. All right, this one really doesn't have anything to do with safe. I generated this with ChatGPT. I just asked it to give me a generic question about agile software development, and I thought it was decent. So. Obviously, it's based on the Agile Manifesto. I keep forgetting that I've got Jeopardy music. I keep forgetting to play it. Yay! All right, so this one's all about speed. Let's see who is faster. Okay, team 2 is having a significant speed advantage. You guys see that 88? So team 1, go take some caffeine. All right, here comes this one. Now I'm going to do Jeopardy. Can you guys hear the Jeopardy music? If not, I can hear it. So. I feel like I'm on a show. All right. All right. Hey, pretty good. Pretty good. So pay real close attention to the wording of the questions, right? So this is an organization of 5 to 12 teams. So it wouldn't be agile team because this is like a grouping of teams. This is that team of teams. Everybody understand? All good? And the delivery pipeline, thank you, Chitali, for the thumbs up. The delivery pipeline it's a different concept. It sits around the agile release train. It represents the flow, right, of work through the agile release train. We want it to be continuous. So it's actually continuous to the pipeline. Here's the slide that described that, just for your reference. And see how we did. Oh man, nobody's breaking away. It's close. Start my Jeopardy music. Okay, this is pure memorization. I'm sorry. I would do terrible. All right, need more music than just that. All right. So see if you're either fast or have a really good memory. Oh, that's better than normal. Usually this one kills people because it's just memorizing. But so not much to talk about on this. In the real test, there should be, I mean, there's not going to be matching, but there should be no reason, in my opinion, to miss any of these memorization ones because you know that there's going to be at least some of them. All right. Team 2 is just hanging on. All right, question 7. Content authority. Let's see. Oh, I think it's 30 seconds long. Oh, I'm going to test that. All right. Hey, good. Nobody fell for the product manager. So I think I've got at least some of that through, right? The product manager would have content authority over the art backlog and product owner. Agile team, you are right. This is a little tricky, right? Because the Agile team contributes significantly to the team backlog. They're the one executing on it. But they do designate the product owner as kind of just having ultimate authority over it or content authority over it. Kind of like, you remember we used to do RACI charts? Do you guys still do those? Where you have like who's responsible, right? Accountable. I'm trying to remember, contributing and informed. Well, this is kind of like that. You have sort of this one person that has the authority, this content authority, and a lot of contributors. All right, this one does not count for points, but come up with some words that have to do with servant leadership, because you know they're going to ask something about that. I just wanted to try this little word thing. And if you see some words that people put up that you agree with, input the same word, it'll make it bigger. Like that. I like how it'll let me strike out any if I want. Persuades, that's good. Coach. Yep. Empower others, very good. Empathy. All right, great. All right, very good. Think you guys got that concept. Okay, for the final championship of this morning thing, 3 more questions. Oh, I timed that perfectly for the music. I'm so proud of myself. Awesome. Everybody got it right. One person put improving flow. This is tricky. Just remember, make sure that you notice the not right here. So improving flow is one of the primary responsibilities of a Scrum Master. Anything to do with efficiency of the team and performance of the team. Okay, team two's holding on. Now this will totally be how fast you can look it up, probably. I think I was tricky with this one. I wrote this. All right. Very good. See, because didn't I write a good one? Like that sounds like it could have been one of them, doesn't it? Resistance to change. Well, that was tricky. So all the rest of these are actually in that. So this is just memorization. That model, the pyramid or triangle, right? That has the absence of trust at the bottom. Just make sure you're familiar with that in case they ask you a question. All right, very last question. This is a select all that apply scenario. All right. You guys did pretty well. I suckered a few people in. So I'm just focusing on the elements that would typically be included, right, by SAFe, right, in the feature definition. This might have been not quite a fair question because it could be legitimate that your organization may require some of this is identified as well to meet its definition of ready. But I was mostly testing that you know these three basic elements. But you get partial credit on this. So. All right, so team two, you guys are the winners. Everybody give team two a round of applause. Oh, my applause button's not working. Darn it. All right, good job. Everybody feel warmed up now? Very good. All right, well, let's pick up where we left off yesterday. Today, we're going to do our PI planning activity. We started talking about the fundamentals that are going to lead up to PI planning, such as you can't go into PI planning, first of all, until you have features written. So the product management, right, has to be focused on the features, right? So I'm going to pull up. So here's the list of events. And ultimately, you need to be familiar with all of these events that are in here. And PI planning is what we're leading up to right now. We're going to conduct. You see all the events. Then in the middle, this is the team, all the team level events that we've talked about. They're happening every iteration. And then you've got the art level events. So we're kind of leading up. And I know it has this prepare for PI planning, kind of like that's an event. Normally, this is done like backlog refinement at the team level. I usually recommend that product management and whoever they're going to pull in to help them with features be having a regular weekly backlog refinement just at the art level, and they're just working on features. And so normally that's going on the whole cycle. So we have to ready our features, and we talked about how features are implemented by stories. And the story is actually where the work's done. That's what we're going to size. Although there may be sizes attached to features and even epics, because we have to do early estimations for our roadmaps. But those sizes don't matter. At the end of the day, the team is going to take a fresh look and they're going to size it at what's appropriate for the team at the story level. So there's a couple concepts that we left off that we need to cover, and that is this idea of an enabler, and then a couple other terms that you need to be familiar with as a Scrum Master. So if you notice, you probably noticed that each of the backlogs, you see how they have blue items and then they have some red items? It's basically blue, I don't know, aqua, whatever. And then they've got some red items. What that stands for is that you've got really two kinds of elements, or two kinds of items that can go in any backlog. You have the business items, so business epics, business features or stories. And then you can also have enablers. So the way to think about enabler is that, just like it sounds, this is something that enables us to do what the business is asking, right? So that's one big use. There's kind of two categories of uses for it. And then they've got 4 types. So it's something that could be discovered later. So if I go back and look at that example that was there, the feature here is we want the ability to choose a shipping method, right, when we check out. So users can select the shipping method based on the cost, delivery speed, and carrier. All right, so we go to decompose that into stories. And the business story is as a book purchaser, right? I'm going to buy my book. I want to be able to see all my options and the price for each shipping option so that I can select, right, the appropriate one. So it probably started out where there was this feature and this story. And this actually encapsulates what needs to be done. But then in refinement sessions, the team started looking at it and they realized, oh, well, we've never actually done that. Do we connect to a certain API or a service of some kind to get the shipping costs from our different providers? So it's best practice in that scenario to split out and create another story, which is called an enabler, to research that. Does that make sense? And this will enable us to do this. Have you guys ever heard the term spike? Anybody? Doing a spike?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you, is it a spike? Is it like a spike in Scrum?
So it is, and let me go back to the definition. You see this, one of the types of enablers is an exploration enabler. That is a spike. It's exactly a spike, right? Where you're doing exploration. Maybe you're doing a proof of concept. Maybe you're just doing research. And that's an exploration enabler. And SAFe does use the term spike too. You'll see on the next slide. But there's other things that we do with enablers as well. Sometimes there's technical work to be done, right? So for example, we have a responsibility. The system architect, we train them to do this. They look at all the features that are coming up and they think about what is work that we can do this PI architecturally that's going to enable us to be efficient next PI. And we call that, it's just another metaphor, an architectural runway. Like we're building the runway for the next PI. So we're always looking one ahead. And so we allocate this certain amount of time that we're always going to spend on architectural enablers, right? Where we're always looking a little bit ahead and building out this what we call runway for it. Does that make sense? So generally, these are technical. They don't have to be, but generally they're technical. The architect roles in SAFe are where these are created mostly. But except at the team level, then the team's creating it, the technical team. And actually at the team level is where you see most enablers, right? It's in the form of stories. So this isn't a whole nother kind of requirement. It's a type, if it's at the team level, then it's a story. It's just a type of story called an enabler, right? If it's at the art level, it's a feature. And if it's an epic enabler, that means it's got really wide scope. Something like move to the cloud, right? So that you're not actually changing the core services, but you're changing the underlying infrastructure to be cloud-based, right? That would be epic size, potentially. Okay, does that make sense? Everybody, enablers? All right. Two other terms, right? So here's spikes, right? So spikes are research activities. They are exploration enablers. I don't know why they're not on this slide making that connection, but they're done for all of these needs. It could be technical, it may not be. This is sort of showing that. So if you have a lot of enablers, right, or spikes, that tells you that there are more unknowns. And that probably means there's going to be a little bit more uncertainty in the timeline. And so you can tell that just by looking. The other thing is this idea of refactors. So refactors and technical debt. Have you guys ever heard the term technical debt? What does that mean? Does anybody want to share their definition with others? You guys are like, no, because then you're just going to tell me I'm wrong.
So usually like code refactoring that we do. So as the team is building up and implementing, usually at some sprints we allot some time to do it. That's how we are doing it today. So this, but we actually look back and we allot some time for the code refactoring and to see like how and to get us aligned. That's what we're doing here.
Yes. Yep. No, you're exactly right. So the when you're building, there are good ways of coding, and there are fast and not good ways of coding and developing. So from a development standpoint, if a developer is under pressure and they're going fast, then they're going to be tempted to do kind of Band-Aid fixes, right? Have you guys heard the term spaghetti code before? Anybody? It's,
Yeah. Yes.
So that's when the code is unmaintainable almost. It's not structured well. There wasn't a lot of thought put into how it's organized. And what that means is that it's going to become very expensive to maintain it, because people are going to be so scared to change anything because it's not going to be clear all the things it's going to impact. We've all worked in those orgs, right? This is how you end up with these giant monolith legacy systems, right? That everybody's scared to touch. And then you've got one person, maybe two, that even know how to do it. So we want to avoid that because it's extremely expensive. And that's the fastest way to become not able to keep up with your competition, right? If you're becoming, right, it becomes harder and harder and more expensive to add new functionality. So there should always be this set aside percentage of time, because I'm just telling you the ideal way it should be. Some companies don't do this, unfortunately. There's always a set aside percentage of time that you're spending ensuring maintainability and that the code is in good shape, that people are using coding patterns, object-oriented patterns, or other best practices in their code. Some developers don't like to do it. They probably know how, because they were probably taught at some point, but it's kind of a pain to use these patterns, because you have to, it's faster to just go add an if statement, right? Or an if then statement in the code. But then so anytime you're doing things that are not based off of good practice, which is fairly well defined, you're adding debt. We call it technical debt. That debt has to be repaid at some point. And the way we repay it is we refactor the code, change the code, right, to be done in the right way. Right? So the business sometimes doesn't see the value of that because there's no perceptible change to the interface necessarily, right? But what you're doing is you're keeping this code viable for the future. And so it's really important for Scrum Masters to understand and protect time for that, because the business is going to push for more aggressive timelines and more this, and you're going to have to explain, well, we have this set amount of time that we're doing these things called architecture runway and refactoring, and you may be having to explain constantly why those things are so valuable. Does that make sense? All right, very good. This is a differentiator, right, from your normal Scrum Master, right? We're looking for differentiators. Scrum Masters that understand this is a great way to gain some respect from your team, too. If you're talking things like this, that's what they want to hear, right? Okay, so now we're going to get to story points. And everybody's going to open their minds up, be very, very open to this. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm very, very familiar with all of this sort of degradation of these concepts that has happened out there. And I don't blame the companies that do it. I'll explain as I go that there are a lot of bad practices when it comes to planning and this understanding of story points. This is a huge paradigm shift. It's very hard to overcome for people that are used to working in a waterfall environment. And I will tell you, I was highly skeptical of this when it came out. I still remember. because I worked for many years successfully, I thought, in waterfall, leading teams. But, I probably mentioned yesterday, if I'm honest, I was doubling estimates, sometimes tripling estimates. You guys remember those days? Any of you guys? People like adding tons of buffer to their work.
I think it's happening also.
Oh,
And
no,
it's all depend on the developer or the team member who is estimating, and they're over cautious.
no, it is. And even the ones that are in an agile, if you don't have the right trusting environment, that's absolutely what they're going to do. Right? That's why one of the not so well kept secrets of agile and Scrum is that it's very easy to cheat. Right? All you have to do is when you make a prediction, is buffer it. And you have complete control over the way everything's worded and the estimates you give. You absolutely could 100% always hit your goals if you were in a truthfully a bad trust environment. Right? That to me is one of the big red flags, is if I see teams that are always hitting their goal 100% of the time. That's not natural, right? And that means there's somebody scrutinizing them. And it goes to this estimation. So this is a hard thing to overcome, but let me explain to you that it's supposed to work. And sort of just maybe, I know a lot of you are already familiar with this, but maybe I'll say it in a certain way that'll give you some ideas to explain it. Okay, so these numbers should have no tie to any actual time measure, people, right? Nothing. Okay. So automatically, if you're someone that's a project manager that's only done traditional project management, you're probably like, what in the heck, right? What do you mean it has no tie to how long something's going to take? It has an indirect tie to it, but the number itself doesn't mean much. But when it comes to the actual measure, here's what it means. It means, here's this story that I have for you. How big do you think this is compared to stuff that we've done in the past? Right. So if something we're being asked to do is similar somewhat to some other stories that we've done in the past that we've always had given 3 points to as a size. And none of this, it does not matter how many people we have on the team. None of this has anything to do with that. It's all based off of what have we done as a team in our current team in the past. Then if we feel like, hey, there's really no difference, it's, no significant difference, it's basically the same, we'll give it a 3. Maybe there are a few unknowns. Maybe it looks a little bit different. We're pretty sure it's a 3, but there's just one thing that's different about it. We're going to have to connect, right, to a new API or something. So that adds this little bit of uncertainty. Let's call it a 5. And everybody says, okay. And it's a 5 and we move on. Everybody see that? That's pretty fast. Notice that we didn't break down the tasks. And we did want to have a good amount of detail. If we have a little detail, right, then we're really guessing. So a little more detail is nice, right? But ultimately we want to have things fully refined. But remember, even fully refined is not waterfall detailed requirements. Remember the 3 C's, right? It's just enough requirement definition. So the story points are relative, which means that a 2-point story, right? If you have a 2-point story and you have an 8-point story, it's going to take your team with its current people about 4 times longer. That means. Everybody good so far? Okay. So I'm going to skip ahead here. These are the numbers that are allowed. It's called a modified Fibonacci sequence. Just look at these numbers. 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 20, 40, 100. So what's up with that? If I want to estimate something to be a 9.5, why can't I? Like literally what we're saying is we are not allowed to pick a number other than these for the story size. Why do we do that? Anybody? How would you explain it?
So I think so 1, 2, after 2 is 3, and then after 3 they add 3 and 2, which makes it 5, and then after
it follows the basic, that's Fibonacci, right? It follows basic Fibonacci pattern. It starts to break down at 20, right? Some systems use 21, but then it kind of does like an exponential growth. But you're absolutely right. But the question is why? Why are we doing that? Why can't I estimate something to be
Force
16?
everyone into, they force everyone to use the same numbering schema and to provide maybe a baseline of what a 3 is. And then you said like a 9.5, everybody's idea of what that is not always going to be the same, right? So they have to choose 8 or 13, and then it kind of aligns the team. That's just my thought. I've struggled with this for years on my team.
And it's hard. And I can actually hear, despite I could tell you've got a good grasp of Agile, but nobody please take offense, right, to anything I'm going to say, okay? But I can hear your experience, your past experience with doing project plans coming through. Just the language you use. It's just because I talk to people all the time about this stuff. Because you're trying to make sense. It's very logical, right? Of what this means, right? What these numbers mean. It's good. Anybody else though? So I think everything y'all are saying is right. It doesn't really get to the heart of why.
You can take a stab on this. So basically what happens is the larger the chunk of work you're trying to do, the more the unknowns that you will encounter as you go further. Whatever you want to do, the dependency you're trying to unfold, you might be confident in the initial part. So let's say, I don't know, let's take an example of a house. If you have to build a door only, you know much more things about what you need to do in the door. But if you have to build a whole room, the uncertainties keeps on adding up. Now, if you have to build a whole building, there are much more uncertainties. So that's the basic reason in my opinion.
Excellent answer. Excellent answer. That's what I was looking for. Everybody understand what he said? I'm pausing on this because it's so important. It's foundational. If you don't understand this as a Scrum Master, right, that's a bad sign, right? So what he said, right, is that we want to encourage people to break things down smaller. Would you guys agree? Right? Because smaller items are going to be better. We're going to be better at predicting them. Like he said, installing a door versus building the whole house. And so we don't let people, when it gets big, when you start to get to like 20 and 40, you're basically saying you don't have any idea, in my opinion, right? You're doing rough historical estimates, but you don't really have a good feel for it. What you're saying is it needs to be broken down further.
Mm-hmm. And it can't be done in the increment or the iteration 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah.
Typically not, right? That usually when you get to that number, but I don't want to say never. I don't know how big the team is and what scale it's using. But yeah, in SAFe, the way that we normalize the points, you're right that most likely, well, we always know that when we're defining stories and features, we want to define them as small as we can to where they still stand alone. Right. And so this is actually really clever that they got this numbering system in, because it doesn't let us pretend to have accuracy when we get larger, and it rewards us with accuracy, flow, and all the things we want by breaking things down smaller. Everybody got that?
Common iteration links.
Or modified Fibonacci. Okay, so when we're estimating, we're thinking relatively. We're thinking about this rough comparison. So developers get very nervous about this at first. They come from a waterfall environment because they don't have as much detail. Right? And this could seem just crazy to them. How in the world, unless I do this full design analysis, can I quickly do some relative comparison? But that's actually what we're asking them to do. And the irony, though, is remember, these debates have been had. This system has lasted more than 25 years. Just keep that in mind. So I used to be a big skeptic of it, but that should have some weight to it. It doesn't mean everybody's doing it correctly, but there's been enough data out there. You can go look it up. This less precise system of relative sizing without lots of detail, hands down, ends up with better predictability and better results. Seems odd. Seems like you'd want to spend more time, right, if you come from a waterfall paradigm. And all of this stuff plays together. It's because it's not just because less detail makes for better estimates. It's also because of the flexibility and the incremental nature of the development. So just keep that in mind. So when we're doing estimation, we do this estimation poker. Key things here, a couple of things I want to make sure. I know most of you are probably familiar with this. Don't forget that even mature teams, sometimes they slide back and forget that it's necessary to have everybody turn over their estimates at the same time or reveal, however you're doing it, in chat or with the tool. Just because, right, you're going to have influential people that if they throw out the estimate first, everybody's going to just follow them. Okay, what about this? Ideally, our story definition of done includes testing at the team level, some level of testing. Everybody agree? Definition of done for a story, that story should be tested at the team level. Maybe you can't do all the integration tests because that's more at the feature level. It needs to be tested. Everybody agree with that?
I have a question. So when exactly need to test the story? The end of the sprint, end of the iteration?
We would want to test the story as close to when it's done being developed as possible, right? So we call that term shift left, right? So we would want to have embedded testing resources in our team that are working closely while the early development's happening. They're writing test scripts, maybe setting up the test environments. And as soon as this first small piece of value, right, the story is done, they can test it so that it meets the definition of done, right? A lot of that testing ideally is going to be automated, but maybe it's not. You have to do what you have to do. If it's automated, then it's a no-brainer. You got it all automated because it just goes through the pipeline software and gets tested. So you want to do it as soon as possible because we want to be releasing, right, and things as they become available. We don't want to wait to the end of a cycle. Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you.
So you have testers and developers. How does this work with estimating? Do the developers estimate the development work and the testers estimate the testing work and then we just add it together? Or how does that work? And I know what happens out there. So
It's not separate. They are all in the same room, or
Yep.
in the same place, online or in the same room too, when we are doing the estimations.
right. But do the testers estimate the development tasks?
No,
This
they
is
are
a
estimating
this is a
story,
loaded
right?
question. Yeah, go ahead.
They're estimating the story, which is the task, which includes the development, testing, and so the based on the definition of done for that story, they will do the estimations.
Very good. Very good. I hope everybody's listening to this, right? Because this is so commonly messed up out in the world and misunderstood. Everybody is estimating what it's going to take as a team, the whole team, to get it to definition of done. The testers are estimating the size to get it all the way to the definition done. That includes the development part and vice versa. Right? This is part of that team mentality, right? The scrum, the rugby, we're all part of the same team. Everybody understand that? Okay, good. This is very commonly broken, and I have a sense that this may not be working this way in your organization. Great if it is. Some hurdles to it. It's just sometimes the testers are part of a different organization, and that complicates things, right? They'll put testers on certain teams, but they actually work kind of as a separate organization, and therefore they want to see their estimates separately. And so things start getting tricky, and there's all kinds of combinations that happen out in the real world. The Scrum Master, right, would be just emphasizing the negatives of that, right? Ideally, we would not want to separate stories into testing stories and then everything else. Sometimes the environment is going to require you to do it, frankly, right? And you just do what you have to do. But as long as you understand that it's got the downside, right? Every step that you take in that direction is a step back towards a waterfall approach, right? Where you separately are estimating steps. Go ahead.
So I'm sorry, I have a little confusion. So there will be two estimation, one from the technical estimation from the developer end and another for the QA estimation from tester end. No?
No. That was a trap question. The answer is there's not two estimations. There's the team coming to an agreement, and the team includes all of the roles as to what size this story is for this team based on its history. And that includes all the work that needs to be done.
So we normally create different tasks for different team, like QA team and for the developer team. And the task is originated from the story. And we combine all the estimations and then come to the story to define the final estimation for that story. Is not correct?
Right, so very common what you're saying, but no, that has a big downside. It's not obvious, right? So ideally, again, I'm not saying you can't get away with what you're doing. A lot of people do, but it's not nearly as effective as this agile way. Right, so what you're doing, if you think about it, you just said a couple of words. You said there's the testing team and development team. So you've already in your mind separated them. And there's probably just a slip. So I know I'm messing with you on the language. You definitely have tester type people and you have different skill sets, but we want to think of them as one team that can help one another, right? Scrum it to the finish line. And so task is a whole different thing. You want to keep task out of it, right? So you have the option of tasking out stories. And I actually encourage it. I actually disagree with SAFE on this. SAFE will say only new teams need to use tasks. I think that's crazy. I think tasks are good. Task, you are going to hours, but you want to disconnect that, right? That's sort of like roll up your sleeves. Hey, I'm going to spend 2 hours setting up this machine. Like that's a level of detail that's only the concern of the team. You should never show that to anybody else, in my opinion. That's sort of how things are done. That it has a relationship, but it's more of just a check and balance. Make sure you're not overloading any particular resources. It's a different question at the team level, right? This is a higher level, but an easier question about how big is this relative to other work. That's what story points are. So when people start getting confused, is they're overcomplicating the idea of story points. They're trying to derive or size the points from task hours. Big mistake. Right? Is it detrimental mistake? No. I mean, I think people can get away with it, but if you have too many of those things, right, they sort of add up, and then all of a sudden you're a waterfall. So what questions do you have about that? It's very important you'll understand this. I think it's Scrum Masters. Like we're not gonna spend too much more time on it.
I think the main misunderstanding is whoever coming from the QA, they don't have the development knowledge, so they cannot participate more on the technical estimation for any given task. They can only provide estimation how long they will take to test or complete the QA for a particular functionality. And for the development side, they will more focus on the technical standpoint. For any project where we have 5 people from QA or 20 people from development, we are having such, in boundaries or conflict that how a QA can estimate a development task.
So think about this. So take it offline. If you want to add more questions, like on the parking lot, I'd be happy to talk with you more. I know exactly what you're saying. We have to break. There's a paradigm there that you have to break. We're not asking when we size things to estimate the size of tasks. Anybody could do this. Anybody that's working in a team for a long time, no matter what your role, is going to be observing. They're going to start to get to know one another. They're going to start to work well together. We're going to start to automate tests. So there's going to be a blurring, right, of responsibilities. The question, as a matter of fact, let me give you this example. At the feature level and above, when we create roadmaps, all we have is the system architect usually that's estimating. We don't even bring in the teams. And usually it's in the ballpark. It's pretty good because they don't have to be experts in all the details to do relative sizing, to compare how complex is this generally than this. So it sounds terribly uncomfortable if you haven't worked in this. And I understand that because you want to break it down. But what you have to remember is that this is not an exact science. This is an acknowledgement that things are going to change. And so actually having that little bit of uncertainty in it and doing this relative basis is as good and turns out to be better than trying to be very precise right? But it's when you're in a project sort of cost center approach mentality, you want to know how much of this resource, how much of this resource, and somehow add it all together and into a big Microsoft project plan. But it's a very, very different thing than this relative approach. So just give those some thoughts. I appreciate you guys having like that this is newer to having an open mind about it. You could be, if you base everything on formulas, so I'll end on this. There's what you're missing out on is historic velocity. Okay, so if I have a formula where everybody estimates hours and I assign points based on those hours and percentages of people, and I keep applying that formula, I'm not adjusting my approach as effectively about that's based on our history. With this relative approach, everything that we do is a comparison to what we've done before. Our velocity, right? Our capacity is based off historic velocity. So if you're generating your capacity off of formulas, you're essentially ignoring history, which again, it makes sense if your resources are rotating out and you have no history together. But in a high performing team that has history together and they get to know one another, this gives a big advantage, right? A big advantage over trying to precisely estimate hours. Everybody mostly with me? Anybody want to add to that? Maybe anything, or we okay? Okay, so go read about this stuff. There's tons of stuff about this. I know how different this is because half of my job is coaching upwards in organizations. And I got to explain this thing all the time, like to where, right? I'm surprised I can still say it with energy, right? Because you coach upwards, okay, but they wouldn't know the numbers. It actually is easier, right? The numbers are important. How much things cost are important, but they're not important to the team when they're making decisions. You have the numbers. You actually could calculate cost per point if you wanted. Just don't compare teams. Because this is a persistent team with a set number of people and you know their salaries. So we know the cost, sort of the burn rate for every art. So those are calculations that can be done for budgeting purposes and staffing purposes, but that has nothing to do with the actual execution. Right at the execution level, this relative sizing approach is very effective. So here's your patterns and anti-patterns. Again, these slides are wonderful, right? So look at this. Be especially careful of this top one, right? Stakeholders, they've got their roadmaps that were made off early projections and estimations. We'll take a break here. Just one sec. So it's natural when they start seeing the teams start fleshing out these points more. And if it ends up going over what was originally estimated for the feature, you could see pressure. I've seen some really bad scenarios with that. And that's where you'd have to remind them about the way this is supposed to work, right? Those are estimates. And everything is an estimate that we're just going to get a little bit more and more comfortable with because we're going to start breaking the work down and looking at it closer until we commit to it and go into planning. All right. So last thing, Our team always works with crocodiles. We are experts at crocodiles. Okay. And we know how to get them. Like apparently, we're weighing them. We know how to get the crocodiles up without getting bit. Up on the scale, we know how to weigh them. Right. And most crocodiles, depending on their category, they're going to fall in a 5 or an 8. Right. You know, because those crocodiles down in Louisiana, they're really mean. I don't know. Right. And but then our product owner, Chitali, can't y'all tell that she's an expert in crocodiles? She's our product owner, and she brings us an alligator story. So what we're not going to say, well, we need to go X-ray the alligator and do a thorough right examination of and breakdown of everything. What we're going to do is we're going to just ask some questions. Well, is this similar to a crocodile? I mean, they kind of look the same. I actually don't know the difference, right? But I know alligators are different. Maybe they have a different temperament. Maybe they're larger, going to be harder to handle. It's going to make us slower. But there's going to be some unknowns there. And we're just going to do the best we can to sort of understand those unknowns. If there are lots of unknowns, then we're going to create an enabler, a spike, to go do a little research. Right? And that's going to, and then but we're still going to estimate the original. But we're going to have that enabler that everybody will understand that actually could end up altering the original estimate. And this is kind of how it's supposed to work. Does that make sense? All right, let's take our break. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Nobody threw anything at me during that, so that's good. Appreciate the open-mindedness. And I'll see you guys in 10 minutes. Here's our wake up call. All right. Okay. We're going to start going into the simulation. And then there's some content as we go that I'm going to teach you sort of on the fly as we go rather than trying to teach it all up front. I've found that works a little better because it makes it a little more tangible. But I'm going to go back and just do the first few slides from the beginning of this that we skipped before about PI planning, just to set some context. So I'm going to start this video, and you guys let me know what you think, or if you've experienced anything like this kind of big room planning that they're going to show.
The evolution from the first PI planning a year ago to the PI planning that we're in now, which is PI 6, has changed dramatically. Both enjoyable experiences, but everybody kind of running around like headless chickens, quite nervous in that first PI. And now we seem to be like a well-oiled engine.
It's been probably the most fundamental change for our commercial teams. Our commercial teams never had the opportunities to get in front of the engineers. There was always multiple layers in between there. Having this process where every 10 weeks, we've got a business owner who's saying, hey, thank you team for what you delivered last time. Here's what it drove. And hey, here's what we're hearing from our customers about what we need. This is why it's a priority. And when we actually deliver this, here's the value that it's going to drive to them and us.
The teams are so much more confident in their planning. We do things a lot earlier. We collaborate more effectively across the teams and across product management and the dev teams, so that when we come into PI planning, the teams have a good idea of what they're going to take on in their individual teams.
We had our business owners come to us and say, look, I know that we have all these commitments, but one of our primary customers has asked us to make a change. We said, okay, what are we taking off the plate of the teams? Because we can't do it all. And SAFE tells us we can't do it all. They agreed that there was work that could be removed. We went back to the teams. And when we told the teams, A, you're going to get started on this, go ahead, we're good to go. B, you're going to remove X off of your plate. They looked at us and they were like, wait, what? We don't have to do it all? The team was able to deliver the new requirement in less time than they had estimated it. And they didn't have to work overtime, and they didn't have to work long hours. And the success of that and how it motivated the team and the appreciation that they felt at having been heard and understood was off the charts, and it was amazing.
All right. Anybody been through a PI planning? Those of you that are in the SAFE environments now, do you guys do PI planning? Anybody?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do.
Okay, does it look like this or a little different?
Like I mentioned, I just transitioned, so they had done the PI planning before I joined. The next one is for January. So
Okay. Okay, no, great. Yeah, I've never experienced it as cool as what they're doing there. I think I'm always in pretty dispersed teams, right, with offices in different places. So it's how it comes together may look a little different, but that's the gist of it, right? this PI planning is done every PI. So we're just going to use 10 weeks as our example. The idea is that everybody that you need is there together. So this is the entire team, all the teams on the art, plus the art roles, plus the business owners and stakeholders. So everyone's available. If they're not all in the same room, then we at least have to make sure things are coordinated, because we want to be able to plan what we're going to deliver as an art in the next 10 weeks. Right, so that there's going to be dependencies that have to be worked out and some details. So product management, since they have authority, right, over the feature backlog, they're the ones that are coming into PI planning with prioritized list of features. The development teams, they own all the planning that's going to happen. And like they mentioned in the video, a lot of times that happens, right? That's not going to be like this brand new, oh, surprise, here's what we're going to do. It's 10 weeks. They probably have been refining and doing planning for quite a while leading up to this. And they've had conversations, and they get a feel for who's supposed to do what, at least at a high level. Here's the kind of the benefits of PI planning. This is what makes the whole thing work, right? Remember, we just step back and just simplify things a little bit. What we're talking about, right, are just a whole bunch of development teams that are practicing Scrum that have to coordinate to deliver on the solution that the company is selling, right? Some value stream. So maybe you're writing software for some web-based platform or autonomous vehicles, self-driving vehicles, or whatever it is. To deliver functionality on this solution is going to require a lot of coordinated planning, dependencies, maybe even external dependencies, external suppliers. So this allows us this one time every 10 weeks to recalibrate, to plan what's the next 10 weeks at this little bit higher level, this feature level. So it's time boxed. This allows for fast decision making because we don't have to wait around. We've got all the decision makers there. So we can make trade-offs as we discover, we can work through problems. We can work through timing, right? Because the backlog by itself, right, at the art level or at all the team levels, doesn't tell you the schedule. It really doesn't tell you anything, right? Except for the priorities, and it's a placeholder for the details, right, the backlog items. Only when you apply it to a process like this, where you apply the capacity and you order things based off dependencies in natural order, do you end up with projections, right, for when you can deliver. So the last thing, right, is this alignment. Remember, alignment was one of the 4 safe values, and probably a whole bunch of other things. This is an opportunity for us to make sure that we're aligned. We hear from the business, here's the direction, here's where we are right now. There's a reconfirmation of getting everybody on the same page, right? And in a large organization, that's huge. Does everybody understand the vision, where we're going? And forcing people to make tough priority decisions, right? A lot of times, hopefully most of those priority decisions, at least initially, were made coming into this when they ordered the work in the art. So at a high level, and we're going to walk through this in a simulation activity, we're going to break into our groups. The inputs into the PI planning event we have to, product management needs to have a vision, right? So to have clarity. It opens up so much discussion and sets the stage for this whole thing to work. So I'm going to come back to objectives when we get to that part of the planning simulation. So this is what we're going to do. In this planning simulation, we're going to give you a little demo of what the initial communication looks like. You guys are going to experience estimating capacity, loading up your iterations in team breakouts. It'll happen during PI planning, and then ultimately drafting your objectives. And then we'll talk a little bit about risks. All right, so now I'm going to go back to where we were, and we're going to pick up with this video. Another quick video. It just goes a little bit more into this activity.
The Agile Manifesto states, the most efficient and effective method of conveying information to and within a development team is a face-to-face conversation. SAFe takes this to the next level with program increment, or PI, planning, a regular face-to-face event bringing the entire Agile release train, or ART, together to create alignment on what to build next. PI planning has a standard agenda that includes a presentation of business context and vision, followed by team planning breakouts, where the teams create their iteration plans and objectives for the upcoming PI. Facilitated by the release train engineer, this event includes all members of the ART whenever possible and takes place over 2 days. PI planning is considered an essential ingredient of practicing SAFe. It's so crucial that it's said that if you're not doing it, you're not doing SAFe. Inputs to PI planning include business context, roadmap and vision, top 10 features of the program backlog. PI planning starts with the event briefings. These briefings are delivered by business owners and key stakeholders and provide a clear vision and context for the upcoming PI. Everyone receives the same message to create alignment during the PI planning event. A successful PI planning event results in agreement across all teams and their respective business owners on the goals for the next PI, which is reflected in 3 crucial outputs. Committed PI objectives. PI objectives are created by each team, and business value for these is assigned by the business owners. The program board. The program board is updated, showing feature delivery dates, dependencies between teams, and relevant events and milestones. Risks. Program risks are identified and either resolved, owned, accepted, or mitigated. Teams leave PI planning with a committed set of PI objectives and with a good understanding of how they will work with one another across the ART to resolve dependencies, so that the whole ART is contributing to meeting business goals. PI planning is a powerful way to ensure all teams on the ART are aligned and moving forward together, to match demand to capacity by allowing teams to plan their own work, to establish face-to-face communication and speed up decision-making, create visibility for inter-team dependencies necessary for feature delivery, and to gain commitment from the entire ART on the upcoming PI plan.
All right. So a couple things, right, with this, paradigm shift, right? There's not, notice that they said allowing teams to plan their own work and to match demand to capacity. From this comes the potential timeline or projections. From this activity, we can start to adjust and have a good view of what our roadmap is. In a traditional view, some people think, well, first we would set a roadmap that would show when we want these things to occur. And we do that at a high level. But then we try to back into the dates. Okay, these are the dates we have to hit. And there's a little bit difference here, right? We're not ignoring dates. But what we're doing is we're going to do the best we can in early planning, right, that happens before this, to estimate at a high level timelines, right? And so we could say that those are milestones. Maybe we're going to target to have an end of year release that's going to include this scope, let's say. But until the teams plan it and we match it to capacity at this level, which isn't even as detailed as most waterfall projects, it's not a commitment. And if the capacity doesn't match, then we have to work with the business to do some adjustments. We have to figure something out. So again, the math has to add up, is the idea. Any questions about that video? Right. So for our teams today, we don't have big groups. We just have the 2 teams and they're small. So if you guys could select one Scrum Master for your team, maybe whoever has been sharing their screen, and let's make the rest of you contributors, right? Because the Scrum Masters, we're not going to count their points, right? I think that'll be easier. So I need some volunteers, or I'm gonna have to randomly pick. I need 3 roles. I need an executive, I need a product manager, and I need a system architect. And this is a very easy job, though. All you're going to have to do is present some slides that I've already got prepared, and you're basically just going to read them or sort of ad-lib them in those roles. So anybody want to volunteer to be the executive? Otherwise, I'm going to have to decide who's a good executive to be that, right? I think Ronnie just volunteered because she went off mute.
Okay, I can be an executive.
You're like, oh, I'm never going off of mute again. Or did you want, actually, you get your choice. Since you're the first person to say something, do you want to be executive or product manager? Or I wanted somebody that's somewhat technical to do this, just so you don't fumble through the slides.
I can be the executive.
Executive, okay. All right, we have Ronnie as our executive. All right, product manager. Anybody with any product management experience or anything close to it, I'll take it. You don't even need that because you're just going to read a slide. So, anybody? I'm going to have to like create another like special folder to get volunteers, aren't I? Like some really special access. I don't know. I'm kind of thinking Charlene just seems like she'd be a good product manager, project manager. I mean, you know.
I thought you wanted me to be Scrum Master, or is that?
Oh no,
Did I
you're still
miss-
going to be that. No, you're still.
Oh, okay.
You guys, y'all are going to do that at the team level. This is something we're going to do to kick off the PI planning event. So you're just
Okay.
going to present some slides. Is that okay?
Okay. Yeah.
I think you'd be good at that. All right. Do we have anybody that's technical, somewhat technical? Who wants to be our system architect? I know we have a few people. I just can't remember who. Okay, you don't have to be technical to just read it, but system architect. I'm trying to remember what you guys told me. I can't remember if it was Prakash or Gautam. Weren't one of you guys in technical roles? I could be.
I can do that. I'm working as an architect now. So
Ah, there we go. See, I remembered. Thank you. Okay, we have Gautam as our system architect. I'm going to be the RTE. What does RTE stand for? Everybody?
Release train
Release
engineer.
training.
That's right. And what is release train engineer like? Well, what is their job? Basically. If the team level has Scrum Master, product owner, and then the technical team, the art level has the product manager, which is kind of like product owner, right? But with a wider scope. The RTE is aligned to the Scrum Master. So they're the ones actually that are going to be facilitating this big PI planning event. Does that make sense? We got that?
So when we get certified, we are RTEs.
Only if you go take the RTE class.
Oh, okay. Wait, say that again.
Yep,
So
you're
in Scrum we have the product owner, the Scrum Master, and the development team. And you said
That's right.
in the ART we have
Same.
who?
At the art level, you have product manager, right, which has content authority over the whole art backlog, kind of the team of teams. They really are the ones with the vision for the solution. And then the Scrum Master is basically building a high-performing group of people. The RTE is building a high-performing group of teams because they're at the team of teams level. Does that make sense?
So in the ART we have a product manager, RTE, and the system architect.
Yep.
And who's the system architect compared to in
Your tech leads, and technical people on the development team.
Okay.
That they're the ones that are providing architectural guidance for all the teams on the art. All right,
Gotcha.
very good. So that's just a reminder that the RTE. All right, so why are we here? This is us aligning to a common mission. That's what an art does, right? We're going to gain alignment and commitments around a clear set of prioritized objectives. Here's the agenda that we're going to follow. I'm not going to go into lots of detail because we're just going to walk through this, all of these today. But we're going to start off with a business context presentation from our executive, Ronnie. She's going to give us a state of the business presentation for Geekbooks. So you guys are all now part of Geekbooks. I put 2 files in chat. Did you guys see those? If not, check the chat, download those files. They're also in my Google Drive. They relate to the Geekbooks thing we're going to do. It's no big deal, guys. In one PI, from scratch, we're just going to build a bookstore site to compete with Amazon. Easy, right? I mean, how hard could that be? Right. So Ronnie's going to give us the state of the business. And then we're going to hear from our product manager, Charlene. She's going to talk about the vision and our prioritized features that we're looking at for this PI, this next 10 weeks. All right, so this is the event. And then Gautam, our system architect, is going to give us a few words in guardrails around the architecture and development practices. Then we're going to break out, we're going to break into our teams, and we're going to each work on the stories, right, that our team needs to do that's going to help realize these high priority features. And we're going to come up with a plan. And this is where we're going to do our exercise today. At the end of the day, we're going to review the draft plans, make adjustments. And day 2 is basically a refinement of that. We're going to make our adjustments, do some votes and all that stuff, and we'll walk through these. So here are 3 roles. So if you look at the file that I just uploaded, I'm going to be starting off by looking at the simulation planning briefings. And those are the slides that I'm going to use for these 3 presentations. Okay, so let's hear from Ronnie, our executive. So Ronnie, I've got your slides up, and all you have to do for this, you can read it, you can summarize.
Just read the slides.
Sounds good.
Sure. At Geekbooks, we provide technology professionals with a richer experience over brick and mortar bookstores and online competitors by creating immersive experiences far beyond shopping. Unlike Amazon and other competitors, we provide community building social experiences like book club chats, coding johos, and community of practices in an inspiring incubation environment, encouraging hackathons and prototyping.
Okay, great. No big deal. We're going to compete with Amazon, right? All right, here's the next slide.
We have an investor demo in 5 weeks to secure our second round funding. This event is critical for our growth. The goal for the first PI is to get the foundational store functionality out of the way. That will allow us to build confidence and trust with the investors. Then in the subsequent PIs, we can realize the features that will differentiate us in the market.
All right, so we don't have to compete with Amazon, right, in the very first PI. So we're going to build some basic e-commerce site, which I think most people be familiar with. All right, very good. And then sometimes you'll see things like this, which you don't have to read through this whole slide. It's just an example of something that Ronnie might, the business may share, right? Kind of an update. You've got everybody together for the first time in 10 weeks, maybe you do this every 10 weeks. And in this case, they're presenting a SWOT analysis of the company. It sounds like the company's relatively new. So any questions for Ronnie? All right, so she just set our business context and goals. So now that's the business. So Ronnie's like a high up executive, and this is this alignment connection. We're constantly connecting. Now we're going to look at our art. Our art isn't building solutions for the whole business. It's important that we understand our place in it, but our art, we're building our solutions, right? That our art is made for. And so Charlene, our product manager, is going to give us the vision and introduce the features for this PI. All yours.
Hello, everyone. Our solution vision is to provide technology professionals with a richer experience than a brick and mortar bookstore and online competitors by creating immersive experiences far beyond shopping. We will leverage industry best practices and features such as those offered by Amazon, which includes tailoring our bookstore specifically to technology professionals, having the easiest, fastest, and best online bookstore purchasing experience, offering books in both electronic and print form, starting in the US and expanding into global markets, supporting multiple languages, supporting online communities of practice, such as book club chats, coding dojos, etc., selling items other than books to students. And don't forget, our investor demo is in 5 weeks.
Very good. So notice how this vision is aspirational, right? We want the fastest, easiest, best. So these aren't requirements. This is Charlene trying to give us a vision, right? But that tells us a lot, right, about the direction we want to go with this. All right, very good. Here's your next slide.
Here are our features. We have a list of 10 prioritized features. Each of you can come to me to get a feature. You have already worked with the product owners to build some starter stories. Feature 1 is a flexible search. 2, shopping cart. 3, purchase by credit card. 4, shipping method selection. 5, profile management. 6 is book detail. 7 is book list sorting. 8 is book browsing. 9 is book rating. And last, 10 is commenting.
All right, very good. So you don't have to, this is actually really unusual. I don't know why they have this written this way. Some organizations do this, but most, well ahead of time what features you're going to be working on. You're not going to go just grab a feature randomly. It does happen. I've been in some orgs where their teams are so interchangeable that happens, but most likely not. So you guys have already been assigned, as you know, right? You guys have already been assigned your features from Charlene's list. If we go look at the virtual classroom and go to section 3, PI planning simulation. Team 1, you are going to get flexible search, the number 1 priority. You're going to go ahead and take on all the stories related to that. I'm just going to keep it simple for this activity. And so those have been, I already loaded them in, I imported them. And team 2, you've got 2 features. Shopping cart and purchase by credit card. which are pretty related. And the stories have been loaded. It's kind of, you know, when you look at this, he's in here, the details are inside. But I also have provided you guys the PDF simulation handout. This is just if you want to reference it, it's a little easier to read. Here's flexible search and all of the stories. It's the same stuff that's been loaded. Notice that you guys haven't sized all the stories. Sometimes that happens, right? You didn't get to those. So you're probably going to want to size them. But I gave you that handout. Okay, and so thanks, Charlene. Everybody clap for Charlene. Thank you. I don't remember if we clapped for Ronnie, but clap for her too. And now we're going to hear from Gautam. He's going to, and Gautam, you don't have to go into tons of detail on this. You've got 3 slides where you're going to give a little bit of guidance on the architecture. So Gautam, are you ready?
I'm sorry, I was stuck in the mute. So yeah, this is the flowchart we're going to refer during our PI planning, communication with model, book categories, books, ratings, order, shipping options, comments, payment methods, user. We are going to follow the security and the performance of this model.
Right, so
We're
those
going
are
to
our
use
non-functional requirements. Yep, go ahead.
For the user interface, we're going to use HTML, business rule, and the WebLogic, WebSphere application server for the database Oracle DB.
All right, great. Here's the second one.
We're going to use programming language Java, and we're going to use internationalization strategy for the EPIC analysis, the PI planning tool. We have a predefined performance guidance, which is available in this URL, and wireframes and CSS can be accessed from this URL.
Great. And so thank you, Team 1. You guys have picked up a story that's an enabler for this PI to determine our strategy. So it's an enabler, it's a spike. So it's going to look a little out of place from your other stories, but we're counting on you guys to deliver it so that we can start work on internationalization in the next PI. All right, and this is the last one.
Automated system integration is not in place. We want to integrate twice per iteration. Start using Jenkins to continuous integrations. Using the DevOps technologies, use a single program branch. Don't forget, upgrade Eclipse to the latest version for the stability.
All right. In reality, if you presented a slide like this, everybody would have a heart attack because there's no automation yet. But go ahead and start integrating twice per iteration and using Jenkins, right? That's just such a big step to take, right? If none of it's in place, but no, it is good. Okay, so we just heard from the briefings, right? So just a reminder, we're at day 1. We just listened to these first 3 presentations. So now I'm coming up as a facilitator. I'm the RTE, and then we're going to do our breakouts. So the first PI planning is going to feel chaotic, and it will. It's your first one. It'll become more routine. Just a reminder, the POs, you still are aligned to your same sort of normal priorities and responsibilities. You have content authority over the team backlogs when you meet with your teams. Scrum Masters are going to help me as RTE time box things. So Scrum Masters on the teams, keep an eye on the clock. Make sure that you have to get through this, right? What normally happens, right, in the real world is the developers are going to go down a rabbit hole of technical detail, especially when they're new to this. And you're going to be constantly bringing them up to make sure that you end up with something that we can show at the end of this is a draft plan. And the Agile teams, they're going to be working at the story level, loading them into the iteration and identifying dependencies. So, so we've got a 10-week PI. So you can see that, and that what that means is 5 iterations. We'll talk about this later, but notice we only plan for 4 iterations. We always hold out the last iteration for other activities. It's called innovation and planning. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind. For this activity, we're just going to do the first 2. We're going to act like it's a really small PI. And they're going to have instructions. You're going to take your feature and you're going to follow the instructions kind of one by one. And by the end of it, we will have loaded, we will have determined our capacity, we will have loaded up the stories for each iteration, and then written our PI objectives and identified some risks. Okay, so I've already explained to you guys the features that you have. One more topic to talk about. And I need everybody to promise, and I'm looking, the goat's watching, that you're not going to share this next slide with anybody outside of this class, especially project managers. You guys agree? Next slide that I'm going to show. All right, no sharing it, because they're going to think you're giving them the holy grail of formulas, the magic formula that converts points to man hours, and that's not what it is. So normally, if we wanted to know what our velocity is, we would look back and we would determine what our average velocity is. We look back maybe 6 iterations, or however many will make you comfortable, and you're going to average it out. No big deal. If you're a new team, that's the only time this slide comes into play. And this is what we're going to use. You're a new team and you don't have any history. What do you do? Well, SAFe does seed them with the formula. This is a form of normalizing points. But the idea is this is meant to be used once, because from now on you have history. And now you can start relatively sizing things based off what you've done. So what you guys are going to do is, for every team member you have that's contributing, right? So Scrum Master doesn't count. You're going to give them 8 points for each iteration. And then you're going to subtract a point for every day of vacation or holiday. And that's going to be your capacity. Don't think too much about this formula, and please don't use this formula. Again, if you keep using this formula, you're ignoring your actual historic performance. And then you're going to wonder why you're a very unpredictable team. So I go look at, right now I just put a default of 24. I don't know if that's right. But if you have 3 contributors and we give them each 8 points, that'd be 24. But one of the things you need to talk about, Scrum Masters, when you go in your breakouts, is what is our actual capacity for each of these iterations? And go ahead and change that number. The alignment on these things is a little bit off. The load is how many points we actually bring into the iteration. So if you guys talk through this, for convenience, I put the number of points in brackets in the name so you can see them. So you don't have to open it up. But let's just say you say, okay, we're going to work on this and this. You now have 7 points loaded, but your capacity is 24. So you probably still have some room. Would you guys agree? To add more work? Everybody see how this works? That would make me nervous. You're being quiet. It's making me nervous. Everybody still there?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, good. So your load is actually the sum of what you pull in. Remember, team 2, you've got 2 features, and we work top down as best we can. So ideally, unless there's some reason why not, which does happen, feature 1 is our second highest priority, right? Team 1 has the first. And this one here is actually, oh, I forgot to copy in the description. I'll do that, but this is our third priority. So it'd be better if you could safely finish this before working on too many of these. Does that make sense? And what we're planning are the stories, not which this feature is just here so for convenience, so you know that these are related to that feature. Okay. And this is the anti-pattern thing, but if everybody can go to this slide, please have this up, and this is what we're going to follow. Okay. And we're going to work through step 3. Then I'm going to pull everybody back when they're done with step 3, and I'm going to explain PI objectives. Or I'm going to just jump into your rooms and explain it to you there. I haven't decided. We'll see how the timing goes. And then you're going to write the PI objectives and uncommitted objectives. And along the way, you can identify risks. So make sure you have this up. This is your instructions. And I think we're good to go. This is the section 3.2.3. Any questions? All right. When did we take our last break? I've already lost track of time. Do we need a little stretch break before we start this activity, or are you guys good to go?
I need a break.
I think that's a good idea. This will be a long activity. Okay, so let's take a break, and then we're going to come back and we'll go straight into the breakout rooms and do this activity. So see you guys in a few minutes.
What's up, bud? Yeah. Yeah. No, not today.
Calor demais nesse cabo ali para se comer. Vamos outra vai, igreja só por dinheiro. Next Sunday tá levando. Outro dia domingo tá levando Jubilee. Jubilee nice. Jubilee in. Outro dia domingo tá levando Jubilee. Yeah. Thank you for the gift. When I carry this, slowly, I know what today is okay. Okay, this, you put, and you all over, put it inside on the overlap. Yes, yes. Because he doesn't never take, even take anyway, yeah?
I don't know if it's making sense to get
Okay, here, put it for me, because, oh, okay.
I don't know if it's a cooker to make.
Uh-huh. Hey, that's not,
You know how to cook? Yeah. Eggs.
okay,
That's it.
put it all over, put it in there. Put it in
Breakfast.
there.
I'm the best.
Maybe put this on top.
The best in your breakfast. Huh? Anybody who wants it, or
Okay, yeah. Put it down, all inside, put it in the bowl.
go.
That, no, the next, put it inside. All the lemon in and put it in the oven, okay? But in 30 minutes, 12 o'clock, Mama don't come take the other one out, okay? 12 o'clock, please. All right? You get it? You get it? 12 o'clock, can you put it out? Not the, this is 2-3 hours. That one over here. Okay? Just take it out. And, then try to get this, it should not have salt to it, but I have to make with something, I can't afford to have salt on it, okay? When I come back, I'll take care of this, okay? There we go. Oh, someone put it. Oh, someone put it in.
Oh, that's not good. It's a big good time.
Hold on. You look at everything, take it out. It's not on, it's getting in the loop, no? Maybe you should put that one, that down. Use, maybe you should take my master, put that one down, and then another down, and then you figure it out, okay? I'm leaving. It's on you now.
That's all straight up.
Sabe que eu tenho uma música hoje, eu sei que eu tô ruim. I'm at stuff in 35 minutes. Almost 12. 12 o'clock. You're too low, take it up. Too low. So one more. That's not how it was before. One more. Right there. No. Too low. Yeah, now it's better. Yeah. 30 minutes, mama. I mean, at 12, not 30 minutes, at 12. Look. Just take my stuff and that's it. Right, it's right easier. My piece. Did you see my pieces? Did they start? Not yet? Go eat your stuff.
Matt, you are on mute.
Thank you. I forgot I've got to reassign the breakout rooms because it never remembers them. Let's see if I can see who was on what team. Okay. Ronnie, Shriram, Charlene, and Tulalope. You guys were all on team 2, right? Does that sound right?
Yes. I was in team 1. I was in team 2.
Oh, I see, Ronnie, you joined team 2 for the little game. But that's okay.
Okay, yeah, that works fine.
But, oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Well, no. Tell me what it was. Let's see. So who was in team 1? Charlene, were you in team 1?
No, I was in group 2.
Oh, you were in group 2. Sorry. So team 1, Chitale, you were in team 1.
Yes, I was in group 1, along with, I think, Arnold, Ronnie, Prakash.
Got it. Gosh, Ronnie. Perfect. That's what I needed. And then team 2 is everybody else. Okay. All right. Okay, so I'm about to open up the rooms. Again, make sure you've got this up, and I will float around and help you guys out. And we'll just see how the time goes. I'm going to try to aim to have this whole thing done within 45 minutes, but we'll see how it goes. You guys are pretty fast. Let's see.
And before we jump into the breakout room, do we need to identify Scrum Master for each team?
Yep. Make sure that you do that probably first thing. You can do that when you get into the room. Whoever's going to share their screen and kind of take the reins should probably just be Scrum Master. And then kind of keep everybody time boxed. And let's see what else. Yeah, I think that's it. Remember, you can all go on the screen and kind of help, but I always think it's helpful to have one person share the screen, especially with this activity. All right, I just opened up the rooms.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
So we are a group of 4 people, and one could be the Scrum Master. Anyone wants to volunteer for that role?
You can go ahead, Ronnie.
Okay, sure. Let me just share my screen. Yeah. So there are basically 2 iterations, iteration 1 and iteration 2, under which we need to prioritize all the tasks that are mentioned over here in the backlog. And the very first thing that I notice here is like 2 of the tasks, they are not sized.
Search by author and search by journal. Yeah.
Yep. So if we can just size these 2 first, and then we can go to the capacity, and then we can start with the prioritization for iteration 1 and iteration 2. That would be great.
Agree.
So
Search by title, kind of similar to search by genre. Would you agree?
Yep. Okay. This is a description, like.
Okay. Are you sharing, Rani? Sorry, I can't see your screen here.
Oh, I thought I was sharing. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, can you see now?
Yeah, I can. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Sorry about that. Yeah, so we have like these 2, search by author and search by title. These are the 2 which are not yet sized. If you can just provide a quick input on here, and then we can start with the iteration planning. So, Arnold and Prakash and Chaitali, what do you guys think? Like for the user story search by title, what story points do we need to do over here?
I would put a 2 as a size. I think it should be similar to genre size. Search by title.
Sure.
Yeah, I agree.
I didn't hear you, Prakash.
No, I think I concur with Chaitali. That's what I meant.
Yeah, I'll
In
go.
that case, maybe the search by author should also go by 2 because there is the same functionality.
Sure. So should I just put 2 over here
Yeah.
for both the stories?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And for the iteration 1, we have a capacity of 24. We Matt mentioned like we can reduce the capacity if any of the team members are planning to take any kind of vacations or holiday. Just want to confirm, like, should we put it 24 over here, or do we need to reduce it? It's just some real world scenario, I would say.
Maybe say some anyways, holidays coming up, then also it will reduce, right? So we can
Yeah.
just play around. We can just put like reduce it by few points just to figure out.
Okay. Can I just produce one from your side,
Yeah.
Chaitali? Okay,
Yes,
sure.
do that.
Okay. Prakash and Arnold, do you have anything to say here?
No, I agree with her.
Okay.
Good question for me too.
And for these tasks, we do have, I would say, a list over here, a descriptive list over here, flexible search. Shall we start with the prioritization and start adding it to one of our board?
Yeah.
Flexible.
Do you prefer this view or do you want to go ahead on this particular board only?
I would prefer the board. I don't know about you, Prakash and Arnav. If we can click on that. We're trying to see what which ones will go first, right?
Yeah.
In iteration one, and then what we can follow in
Yep.
iteration two. So which ones do we think just by
Yeah.
the name here should be?
Yeah, definitely. So I believe iteration one should have all the foundations of the this particular feature, and then add-on features can be added to the foundation that can be done in the feature iteration 2.
Like kind of misspelled author looks like iteration 2. I mean, I'm jumping.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
with all the
definitely.
misspelled thing,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Okay, then title suggestions should be iteration 1 anyways, right? Title suggestions.
Title suggestions. As a book researcher, I can have suggested search items pop up for the
First we have to do the search, I think, right? And then the suggestion.
basic. I believe basic search. It can be with the title of the book.
So search by title, that needs there.
Search by title, this one. Okay. And just note, we do have one enabler as well.
Okay, what is,
Which, where did you go? Yeah, enabler. Determine impact of internalization on the solution so that it can be considered for the estimation.
Internationalization, I think.
Internationalization. It's a spike. It's a technical spike. So I don't think technical spike.
Yeah, that's the spike that you guys were doing that's unrelated to your, directly related to your feature, but we want to use it for the next PI.
Okay.
Yeah. So in other words, if you can't fit it in, you'll want to talk to your product manager, product owner, which is me.
Sure.
And we'll have to make a priority decision about it, right?
Sure. And just a quick question, like, do we also assign story points to enablers, like, especially the spikes?
Yes.
Okay.
Any work that's going to require people from your team, right, that could be assigned points, we want to account for it.
Okay.
Yep.
Sure. Okay. Yep. So Chaitali, Prakash, we first started with the search by title user story. Do we have anything? Does anything that follows after that?
I think just in the benefit of minimal context switching might be we should tag along the search by genre, search by
Yes,
author,
I was gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah,
On the
search
search.
recommended book.
yeah, I was gonna say search by genre. Yeah, definitely.
Does
And
this
then,
sound
and
okay?
then
Does this
search
look
by
okay?
author. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
search
Okay.
recommended books also.
Absolutely.
Search by recommended book you mentioned.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
basically like the
On the
search
search.
functionality would be more or less the same. We just have to plug it to different
Okay.
attributes.
Okay.
Like that's my opinion. I don't know what Chaitanya and all think. So,
No, I agree with you, Prakash. Yeah.
So for now,
First-
we have
Yeah.
14 points for the iteration. We can still pull in few points over here.
We can do the suggestions, but do you guys? I do not know what would be a good time to put the enabler, or if we don't have time, we don't need to. Is what Matt said, right?
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
yeah, I
We
think
still-
we can plug in suggestions the way Chaitanya said, title and genre, because we are left with 8, 6, 49 more points. So even
We
if-
still have 9 points to add for this iteration.
Yeah, so even if we pull in more the titles, that's going to be 4. We're left with 5 more. Then yeah. The only catch is if we're pulling one of the misspelled. My thought was again on the line of search, maybe we should plug misspelled for both title and author in the same iteration, so that the team can benefit out of the implementation.
Yeah.
For title suggestions and misspelled title, it should go in one iteration, you mean to say, right?
Yeah, like
Can
both.
we-
Yeah, exactly. And misspelled author also then, because
Okay.
the logic for. Can we do one thing if you don't mind? Can we just put? I know we are still left with 9, but for the sake of planning, is it fine if we try pushing misspelled title, misspelled author, title suggestion in iteration 2 for now? Like just to see if in case we have to plan, what are we left with?
So can you open up this receive title match? What does it mean? We do the search, and is this the follow up after the search? What is here?
Let me just expand this.
Just look at what it is
Match algorithm. So I can order search results by match suitability, right? So this is kind of after we are doing doing the search.
So as per my understanding, what I'm understanding, for example, if I have added a book, The Bleachers by John Grisham, and that book was rated as 4.3 by some of the viewers. So below that particular search, they might be showing some kind of recommendations which are 4.3 or 4 point higher. So these are the other books which I as a user can be interested in. That is something which I understand. So this can go in, sorry, again, I'm not supposed to say, but it can go in iteration 2, I believe.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Then can we add receive author match? And because we're talking about 9 more story points and we got 2 8-pointers.
Yep.
If we put in title and genre suggestion, we are still short on 5. So I think receive author
Author match.
Yeah, could be another candidate for first iteration.
Sure, we can.
Are we loaded? 8, 15.
We are at 22 points, almost. Yeah. We can just look into for the iteration 2 and if we need to prioritize any of these.
Like just to ensure the team has like 23, we can still push genre suggestion in 1 because
Yeah, we
it's
can.
1 story point. So that will basically pull up all the capacity for first iteration. Now we are 5, 5, 10 and 13, 23. Yeah. So now receive title match and title suggestion goes to second iteration. We are already on 21.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now
And well, I would suggest to keep some amount of capacity available over in the iteration 2, just in case, because if we have some tasks which are not done in the iteration 1 and it gets carried forward into the second iteration, we do have the capacity of, like, for now, 3 points, which we can adjust it over here as well.
Yeah, I concur on that. Out of curiosity, why is the capacity different? Like maybe I missed something that matters.
No, so what Matt suggested for each of the individual, like we have 3 team members right now. So for each individual, they get 8 story points. Now, just for like, just to concur with the real world scenario, for example, Chaital is not going to be working for 1 day. So she mentioned like I would be not able to fulfill the 8 story point capacity. I will be able to give only 7 capacity. So that's why we have just reduced it to 23.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this looks good to me now. Do we really have any capacity to do the? Is that an enabler or is that a spike? Internationalization.
That's a spike.
Yeah. So
This
technically.
is spike. Yeah.
And did Matt tell us to call it out at enabler?
Yes.
Mm.
So we can put it on iteration 2, but as you said, Rani, if there's something flow down, then we have to push it out.
Yeah, so I think when we put it in iteration 2, it should be marked as a stretch goal.
Stretch goal, yes.
And exactly the way Rani mentioned, the priority for the team should be any spillover from first iteration. But if in case they end up having more capacity, they can invest some time in that.
Yeah. So can we just mention it? Can I just drag it over here? If time permits, if all of the tasks from iteration 1 and iteration 2 are completed through the definition of done, then we will spare some time to look into these particular spike.
Yeah, I concur.
Yes, sure. And do we have?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
Sorry. Are we doing this as well, or iteration 1 on? We were asked just up until this, right? Or do we do the PI objectives?
For PI objectives, he mentioned like he'll drop by and mention. But can we just identify a few risks over here? One of the risks which I can identify is that spillover from iteration 1 can occur. We are just committing a lot, or I would say 100% to this particular iteration. So there can be chances that not all of the tasks will get over by the end of the iteration 1.
Yeah.
Any other risk? We usually identify unplanned leaves or PTOs which are being taken by the team members, which might affect the capacity.
Yes, unplanned leaves.
Any more suggestions?
So the risk we are highlighting it only for this iteration. We're not talking about any risk which.
Yeah, so I was gonna also highlight that we could be having any kind of cross team dependencies that might delay the work.
Do you think articulating it as unknown cost dependency would be better?
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming,
Yeah, because for the PI planning, we will be discussing the cost and dependencies.
yeah.
But if something unknown comes by, yeah, definitely. That's a good point.
So I wanna show you guys one thing. Do you mind if I'm gonna take the screen for just a second?
Sure.
I want to question. I see you've got 23 points, 21 points. So I'm just gonna steal the screen for a second.
Sure.
So let's look at that and see if that makes sense. Okay, so here you guys had a historic velocity of 24 points. And let's just pretend that's your actual history, right? And if you look at this example, that's based off of the average of what you've done previously. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You see in this example, 31 is our velocity, but what about this time? What about this one? What about this one? You see, what do you think our chances are that this next iteration and the one after that and the one after that are going to be exactly 31? How confident are you? Given that and this is perfectly normal, by the way. Sometimes we miss, sometimes we don't. Does this make anybody nervous about making 24 what you're going to commit to? Because remember, commit, right, means people are going to plan for that.
Ideally not, Matt, because even if we go the worst case scenario, the team is still popping up 25 each iteration, right?
Yeah, in this example, but in your example, you have 24.
Okay, I see your point. So you're saying
My
basically.
point is that sometimes you guys delivered 20 or 19. Sometimes you guys delivered 28.
Yeah, so
So-
that was the reason in the second iteration, Rani called out a good point that there could be a potential spillover from the first iteration for us. And we gave team a slack of 3 story points. And that too with an idea that if need be, the spike that we have around internationalization is a stretch goal for the team. So if the team has to really focus on any more spillover from first iteration, they're going to take care of that in second iteration.
Right, so we want to account for that explicitly, is sort of what I'm saying. So if you want to share your screen again, go back.
Yeah.
And I'll show you. So most people, the best practice in SAFE would be that you would not load up to 100% of capacity. And actually, if you have high utilization, there's a concept in Lean, right, called the 100% utilization myth. And high utilization, the higher the utilization gets, closer to 100%, the less predictable you become, which kind of makes sense, right? And most coaches, myself included, I recommend that you only commit to about 80% of what your average velocity is, because if you want to be predictable, right, you can always over deliver. And if you look at that chart that I was showing, sometimes you will over deliver, but sometimes through no fault of anybody's, because this is the way it works, you're going to underperform, right? And so it's smarter to be closer to 80% actual committed. Are you guys with me so far?
Yep.
And so what you're saying about stretch goals, it's where I'm going. There's a little bit of a difference though. SAFE doesn't call them stretch goals, it calls them uncommitted objectives. But it's basically the same thing, except we have to account for everything. So you take your 23, which ones of those do we want to move out? It's going to put us closer to, right, to the 80% of this, of 23. I don't know roughly what that would be.
Around 18 months.
Right. Because that would make you more predictable overall, right? That you basically what you're doing is you're putting yourself in a safer zone for being predictable. Because on average, you're going to deliver 23, right? But that's not a guarantee. So I'm just rewording it in safe language, kind of what you guys were saying, right? Prakash, what you were saying, right? That we need to, instead of saying, oh, well, just in case later we can get rid of internationalization, we don't want to publish this because when people see what you guys have here, they think you've committed to all of this. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
And so we actually want to explicitly show the things that are uncommitted. I would kind of drag them over for now into that uncommitted area and try to make that load something more like 80%.
Okay.
All right, so now, so that's me talking as a team member.
Mm-hmm.
As a business, I'm going to come in and I'm going to be like, oh, this is great. You guys think y'all can handle another feature? Right? Because there's a big deadline coming. I need you guys to commit to this. And what are you guys going to tell them? Is it okay for me to load another feature for you guys? Y'all think you can fit it into the, maybe work a little harder and bump your capacity up a little bit?
So to address that scenario, what we usually, in my team, we usually do, the capacity that we mentioned over here before each sprint, we only consider the 80% of the capacity. For example, if there is like 10 days of sprint, 10 days of working days of sprint, and we do have capacity of, I would say 10 story points. We consider 8 story points per person because we are considering the 80% capacity for each of the team members. So anything that's mentioned over here and the capacity is taking into the account that we have already deducted 20% of the capacity for the other rework or the other addressing to the other technical debt or something like that.
Okay, so I do understand that's the way a lot of people do it, but for safe, you would undo that. Don't do it that way.
Okay.
Again, just the I don't have time to go into all of it, right? But it's a very project way of looking at things, right? You're looking at each person, you're looking at and you're saying, okay, 80%, we don't have to worry about that level of detail. What we're doing is we're looking as a team, what have we actually produced? And what we've actually produced already accounted for without us specifying it. Bathroom breaks and normal meetings, right? That 24 historic velocity, that's our actual velocity with all that stuff already in there. Right? We don't have to explicitly say that when we're doing historic velocity because it's already built in. Right, but it's not built in like you're saying. I definitely see what you're saying, but it's if you have time that you're spending on technical debt, that needs to be represented in the backlog, and we need to see points sent to that, right? We want everything represented and traceable in the backlog. You don't want to have to go to your spreadsheet, which every Scrum Master has, right? And do this ideally. So we're just we're talking around the same issue, the 80%, but it's just a little different, right? Point of view. We're looking at it. We're going to load up, but then we're going to back off to 20%. So you guys loaded up, and now we're going to back off to something that we know is going to be predictable, and then anything that's left. we might call an uncommitted objective, but the math still has to add up. Under no scenario are we going to go over our historic velocity, right? So we can't just throw the kitchen sink over into uncommitted. I know it's a little different than what you do, but does that make sense?
Yeah, it
What I'm
does.
saying? Yep. So, all right. And again, the big difference, and maybe some of it's semantic, is we're trying to think of our operation as a team. Where teams go wrong is you start looking at the individuals and percentages of individuals. That's where it gets wrong. We're trying to get a team scrum mentality, right? That as a team, here's what we can produce because we're going to help each other, right? Carry the ball all the way through. Anyway, so I'll let you guys talk about how you could pull this out. You may not be able to hit and deliver this feature with the capacity that you have. And despite the pressure that I'm going to give you, you're not going to let me pressure you into doing something that you can't commit to, right?
Yeah.
It does look like, though, that you have a very good chance of delivering this, right? So I think clearly with uncommitted objectives, on average, probably 50% chance that you're going to hit it if I were just to think of law of averages. Because you're basically full to capacity. That means you've got to have like the perfect average sprint or iteration for both of these in order to deliver it. But you're going to make sure that you don't commit to that. You're only going to commit to something short of that. So you're going to use those uncommitted objectives. So I'll let you guys go at it. I'll check back with you.
Sure. Definitely. Thanks, man.
So should we push out from iteration 1 and see?
Yeah, so I think we should stick to 18 to 19 points for
Yeah.
the first iteration.
Yeah, and bring some to iteration 2, right?
Yeah. So anything we would like to
We should pull up the receiver for a match.
Yeah,
Okay,
let's
we have 15 points over here.
And we can pull in title suggestions.
Yeah, titles, pull in the title suggestions from there. Yeah.
Okay, we are over here. For the iteration 1, we are for the 18 points. Does this look good?
Yep.
Yeah.
And for the iteration 2,
We can, I think, match needs there, right? Match has to be there. We can take off the misspelled things and enabler as needed. How much?
should we just add the enabler in the uncommitted objective?
Uncommitted objective, yeah.
And this
It's
for now 26. It's running up to 26. We need to remove something. 5 points, I would say.
Yeah, 5, one of the 5s can go to the uncommitted.
Still, it's 21. But yeah, it's around 80% of the capacity. Does this look good?
Yes.
Yeah, because we have bandwidth on if we perform well in iteration 1, right? So yeah, should be okay.
Sounds good. Do we have anything more to add to this board right now?
Looks good to me, at least.
Yeah, looks good right now.
Yeah, great.
If so, we can return back to the main screen, I would say.
Okay,
Thanks, Navi. Thanks, everyone.
thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Because Mama Zaida said we moved at 12. Yeah, because it's gonna make it slow, right? Yeah, one in the yeah. Yeah, two women in the kitchen, not easy. You know what you need to do? You need to get like $700 in. Just once and get that over straight. I want to change the door.
So because the dog sit one time, you don't have to worry nothing. Because if the dog is trying to scream like that, it's gonna show you help and grow. And that's gonna be a big dog. Just like a trigger dog. Dog is trained by a trainer. Huh? I see. Oh. Train the dog. But if you don't train the dog is big. I'm gonna show you right here.
You guys all pale. What's going on? Y'all finished?
Finished before time.
Okay, so what you have to do now, the last thing, you can just stay in this room if you want,
Okay.
is you've
Okay.
got to write your objectives. Okay? So the way that you write the objectives is you step back, look at what it is you're delivering, and summarize it into statements. So the way I think about it is if somebody were to catch you in the hallway and say, hey, what is it you guys are delivering or working on? Give them a summary. So it shouldn't just be the flexible search, right? It needs to be something more detailed than that, but without listing out all the stories, right? So maybe you're delivering basic search capabilities, the ability to display suggestions. Maybe that's a separate objective, right? Etc. Does that make sense? So you're sort of summarizing into statements what it is that you're delivering.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
And I think once you do that, you're going to be all set. So I'll let you guys work on that. And then I'm going to let the other team finish, then I'll pull them back.
Okay.
Great.
You want to bring up your screen then, Rani?
Yes. Yeah. I'm. Yep. So for the first objective, we can mention that we are working on the search functionality for the app, which will enable us to search books by title,
title.
author.
Yeah.
Yeah. We can. I'm not able to see the participants.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, we can also mention like for the weekend, the app will also suggest recommendations.
Yeah.
Based on our search.
The system will recommend, right? Yeah.
Yeah. And we are kind of also working on misspelled title and author. Can we just add a point of relating to that?
Yeah. Yeah, like a match. Yes.
I'm just trying to frame the sentence. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I hate writing in front of people. My words never come to me if I'm doing it in front of people.
Can you guys help me out over here? I'm just not able to draft the statement.
What's the gist of what you're trying to do? Which one?
So one of the objectives with it we're trying to highlight is that the system will enable us to match if we have any misspelled title or misspelled author mentioned.
I would just put, handle misspellings in search. Just make it simple, right?
Yeah.
That's great. I'm about to pull the other team back and close it up.
Thank you, Ronnie.
Very good. They're probably, nope, they're coming back. All right, welcome back. So, how'd it go? Questions? You guys understand what we just did?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
Yep.
All right, very good. So it looks like team one, you guys were able to see how you ended up. You've got basically these fell into the uncommitted, is what you're saying, because you ran out of capacity, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you did keep a nice buffer. That sounds good. And then you've got build search functionality. Enables us to search for book. Very good. Handle misspellings and recommend. I think that's a great way to break up those. It is sort of three categories of things. The ability to recommend. Okay. And then what did you come up with for risks? All right. Unplanned. Okay. So I always pick on everybody with risk. So don't take offense. And the other team, they're probably over there erasing their risks now after I say this. So, you know how that other team is, right? So just be careful when you do the risks that it's not it doesn't come off kind of as a CYA, right? Like, if it's something that everybody has to worry about, then it probably isn't a risk that would rise to the art, right? So for example, if there are unknown cross-team dependencies, and you couldn't have done this in this activity, right? But in reality, then people will be like, why are there unknown cross dependencies? Because right here in this meeting, you're supposed to go walk around and determine all the dependencies, right? So if there may be some reason why they're still unknown, but that's the sort of question that you would get. Spillover, well, you would never call that out as a risk because you're going to make a commitment to this that we're either going to it's either going to look exactly like this or something similar. But what we're really committing to at the end of the day are these objectives. The objectives don't care that some of these stories slipped over here or over there. We focus on the end goal, so we have a lot of room for different paths that are taken along the way. So I don't think I would put that as a risk. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
And I think you guys had that in there before I came and explained the 80% stuff. So, which made sense. I mean, you guys had logic to it. And then this one, don't do this one, right? Because everybody could have unplanned leave unless you have like some specific reason to think like somebody's about to have a baby, right, or something. And in which case I probably would just lower the points, right? So this is something every team potentially has. Therefore, it doesn't need to be called out as a risk, in my opinion. You guys see where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Because if everybody came back and then it starts to be like well, what if a hurricane hits, right? Or what if, where's the line drawn, right, on those things?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, sounds good.
So
Right,
just
good
out
job.
of
Go ahead.
just out of curiosity, what will you say like would be the risk for this particular team?
So there are, and it's hard to come up with real risk in these little short simulations, right? But there are legitimate risks, right? There may be complete unknowns. Maybe you've got, you're going to have to interface with some other application, but the supplier hasn't given you any specifications yet. So you're making a lot of assumptions, right? I don't know. Well, what else? What else could there be? Somebody want to give an example? Things you've seen as risks?
We have like programs that it was resource constraints, I guess. But I don't know if you would think that was a risk. But we had people leave the organization, and then we had leadership switch out, and just a change. It wasn't even really a change in priority. It was just the lack of leadership and
potentially, I would say that's a risk. So, when it wouldn't be a risk is if you have stable teams, right, and you're expecting some change or there is some change, then you should be trying to mitigate that because you can there's ways to buffer things, right? And there's ways to, you could maybe give justification for going lower on your load and committing to less. And then you mark that as, right, a note about that. A risk, though, like where it would turn into a risk is if, let's say that the business has a milestone and they right there, and it looks like you predictably can do it. And that's with the 80% capacity, but you have a lot of new people just out on your team. Like you said, there was a turnover of people on the team. So you made a guess at maybe lowering your capacity, expecting that they're going to be less, right? You're going to take a hit to your velocity because you've got new people on the team. But even though you guessed that, that's always a guess. I'd probably raise that as a risk. Hey, we tried to account for it. We mitigated the risk, but it is still a risk because it's an unknown because half our team is new, right? Or we just switched leaders or something like that, right? But you don't want to just, you want to have at least tried to reflect the risk and mitigate it in some way. And you do have a lot of stuff in your control, right, with this. When you don't have control, when people feel the need to do this wider definition of risk, is usually when they're trying to back into a predetermined release date, right? Then, if you're in that scenario, sure, you can put that as a risk. What I would rather do is just not commit to it. If the math doesn't add up, I'm not going to commit to it. Right? You see what I'm saying? That you have two choices when you're asked to do more than your capacity allows. You could appease everyone and just stuff it all in there and then add a risk and say, well, it's going to be tight. Or you can stick to the way it's supposed to work and not commit to it. Or make it uncommitted. And then it's not a risk, right? It's a risk to, right? Again, the definition of risk, it's a risk to the release. It has an impact on the release. But remember, the definition of risk here is a risk to your current plan. If you've accounted for it in the plan, it's no longer a risk. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does now.
Very good. And I'm glad you asked that. That's a common, question. But last thing on this, I would want Scrum Masters and RTE type people to recognize is that a lot of people define risk as your ability to hit a predetermined release. But I see that as backward. Right? Sure, you can look at that. If we're in a release planning meeting and the teams can't commit to what you wanted to be in the release, call it a risk. I don't know, it's a risk to that release. But there's another thing, and that is, here's our plan. And then what are the risks to us delivering on this plan? And I would say make sure the plan always stays reasonable, because that's within your control, or it should be. Now, you could get overridden. You could be in an environment where they're going to force you to take on more capacity than you've ever done. I remember working with a team that it was the craziest thing. It was at Humana, and I was coming in neutral, and they had this tremendous amount of pressure on them. They were a data team, so everybody was dependent on them. There was a date that was already set. They had spreadsheets, Ronnie, like you're describing, probably much further. They convinced themselves that all the numbers added up, that they were going to deliver 40 points on average every iteration this next PI, and they were going to meet the deadline. Yay, everybody's happy. Except when I looked at their historic velocity, same people, in the history of their entire team, they'd never delivered more than 25 points in an iteration. But they absolutely convinced themselves they were going to do 40 on average overnight. Does that seem reasonable to you guys?
No.
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 It happened, and these are intelligent people. It happened. It blew my mind. They were under such pressure that again, and they absolutely are going to fail. That was the one time it was embarrassing because I was a consultant and I kind of got in trouble because when we did the confidence vote, where everybody's supposed to do a 3 or better, I was the only person in the whole art, and I was a consultant, to give a confidence vote of 1. Yeah, they weren't too happy about that, but I don't care. I mean, it just didn't make any sense, right? So, very good. So this, you guys, also, you got the little bit of buffer here. Am I looking at the same team? Never mind.
Yes.
I was like, wow, you guys good too. Okay. Are you cut a little bit close here? But y'all are comfortable with it, right? And you did the
Alternative. We put it uncommitted. Is that the alternative? When we don't feel comfortable with it?
Right, so
back to the
uncommitted and
backlog or
committed is actually would be at the objective level. So, we didn't have time to go through all of it, but what I would do if 22 seems like it's a little aggressive, right? Then you're going to have to move, right? 1 or 2 more over to here. But remember, we're working top down. Unless there's a reason not to, we want to swarm to finish shopping cart before this next feature. So everything would roll here and this stuff would push out. Right? Does that make sense? So now you just gave yourself a couple more points. You put this a little bit more up, and this seems a little bit more reasonable, right? Now, access past purchases, that's part of this, right? So if they were counting on trying to deliver both these features, then we have some negotiation to do. But you're presenting the draft, and it is what it is. And that's the important lesson. You can't. The reason that Agile is better at predicting is not for all the reasons people think. It's better at predicting because we're actually going to make sure that the math adds up. It is reasonable. And when these sort of things happen, we're going to negotiate and work together with the business. Say, hey, maybe can we get away with a little bit less feature set so that we can deliver something that's functional between these 2 features by the end. But there has to be a give and take. It can't all be the technical people have to work longer hours. All right, we've got to negotiate scope and look at other options. Make sense? All right. Any other questions about that activity, the draft? All right. I think this is a good time for lunch break. What do y'all think? We'll go with a 3-minute lunch break. That's what we decided yesterday. Okay, that's good.
Sure.
3 minutes. Did 45 minutes work well for everybody yesterday?
yes.
Yes.
Good.
All right. Awesome. All right. Well, you guys have a good lunch. We're going to kind of go into shotgun mode when we get back. We're right on schedule with the way this class goes. But we've covered a lot of the major concepts. what we're gonna do is just finish out PI planning, which won't take long, just to give you a gist of the way that the rest of the rest of the first day and then the second day go. And then we're gonna start our tour through all the events. That pretty much takes us to the end of the class. So we're getting there. There's light at the end of the tunnel. But it's still a lot of information. So come back as energized as is possible. I know, on the weekends. And I'll see you guys in 45 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Bye-bye. refer to, you're definitely going to get at least a question or two about objectives and then uncommitted objectives. So if we, oh, things falling out, it's itching. There we go, that's better. So this is the official definition of the PI objectives. I think I explained to you guys, like if someone caught you in a hallway, right, and said, how would you explain what you're delivering? So here's some examples. So it's kind of an aggregation of features. You don't just want to put the features there, but it is important that you don't put too few things there, and definitely not too many. There's like this kind of a middle ground. If you put too many, it defeats the purpose because we're trying to make this very understandable. Part of this is just, again, this is so complicated, right? There's so many moving parts that it would be impossible to talk, especially in terms of stories, much less features, are the way around, right? The stories would be even worse. You want to summarize it and repeat it back in a way that the business understands. This is actually what we get evaluated on, so to speak, as an art, is whether or not we produced on these objectives. So you see this BV and AV. It will show later, right? This is the business value that the business feels each of these brings relative to one another. And then at the end of the PI, we're going to look at the actual value delivered. So this is important because this is more meaningful than, oh, we delivered 400 points. Nobody knows what 400 points means, right? Or even the number of features is not really meaningful. But if you have some way to quantify business value, even if it is a little abstract, it makes more sense, especially if it's coming from the business. Okay, now there's this uncommitted objectives. This right here is tricky. The more you think about it, the trickier it gets, and it's kind of notorious. They even say in the videos that they make us watch, for training of this class, not just this class, in all the classes, because we have to teach this. That this is actually something that usually takes some repetition to understand, because it's a little different than stretch goals. So here's the kind of question you're going to get on the test about this. Everybody pay attention. This may not be obvious, but that uncommitted objectives are a way to make you more predictable. I tried to explain it in a way, hopefully, that made sense, right? I mean, essentially, it's making you more predictable because we're not going to go all the way up and commit to 100% of our capacity. We're only going to commit to something around 80%. We're going to make the rest uncommitted, which therefore makes us more predictable, right? Because we're predictable because we lowered the bar, essentially. Does that make sense to everybody?
Yep.
All right.
Yes.
Great. Thank you guys for putting the little thumbs and everything. It makes me feel like you're getting it. But please ask a question. Because I promise you, if something doesn't make sense that I'm saying, you're not the only one. All right. So the other thing is, notice this. This is another test question that I've seen. I've seen two forms of questions from this. One is the predictability. The other is this, that uncommitted objectives count when calculating load. This seems counterintuitive to some people because look at even what we did. I had you guys back off of your load. Essentially, I violated this last rule. Okay. And I did that just as an introduction, because I was trying to not confuse everybody. It all depends on how you look at it, right? Your load, well, what they're saying here is that if you add up what you're committed to plus you're uncommitted, it should not exceed your load. All right. So in other words, you can't just throw all kinds of wish list items into uncommitted objectives or stretch goals, so to speak. Even the uncommitted objectives are actually have a very good chance of being done because we're not going to exceed our capacity. That's why we say they count when calculating load. That makes sense? All right. Okay, so of course, what are you going to pick for uncommitted? Ideally, if there's some that you have lower confidence in, well, that's ideal. Right? That's the best thing. You already had low confidence in it, so make that one of the uncommitteds for sure. If it has a lot of unknowns, they're kind of pointing out, don't forget, you can do spikes, right? In other words, exploration enablers. Because that's what those are for, right? So this doesn't take the place of creating those enablers. Okay, I'm gonna go back to where we were. Just doing things a little out of order, but we're covering all of it. Okay, I'm gonna go through pretty quickly the rest of this this day. Just remember that they're gonna want you to know, or not day, this event. They're gonna want you to know the flow of day 1 and day 2 and all the steps. It's kind of back to memorization territory. Just be familiar with the basics of what happened. So they have this coach sync, which may be a little confusing because we talked about how the coach sync was an art level event where all the scrum masters get together and they meet with the RTE. So you can think of this one during PI planning as like a little mini coach sync, is what I call it. And if you look at the agenda for it, the questions, this is essentially, it's all about the time box. The RTE is going to, kind of annoyingly, in my opinion, they're going to be pulling together all of the scrum masters and they want to know, are you on track? Are you on track? Right? Have you done this yet? Have you done this yet? Have you done this yet? Right? Because remember, we've got a lot of people together for this PI planning. It's very important that these time boxes are kept to. And this is what adds to the chaos when you're new to this, right? Because the teams are already getting uncomfortable.
I'm sorry for interruption.
No.
I have something running in my mind when you are focusing on these nice slides and wonderful description. Could you please also provide more details about what type of question we may get during our certification exam? Especially, let's say you go with the coach synchronization questions, right? If you can give a little bit of example, like you may get, these type of questions in the certifications, that will help us to get the direction.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to do. Like that's the reason why the uncommitted objectives. Did you hear me point out the couple of types of questions? But is that what you're talking about? Just to do more of that? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. So I just looking for a bridge, from your slide to the certification question so that I can trigger it.
Definitely, I know. At any time that I see anything that reminds me of a question, I'll mention it, and then, and that's also why I incorporate so many practice questions, because I never like it when it's just the material, because I want you guys to get comfortable with the questions too. Thank you for injecting in that. Very good. So again, when I think of the kinds of questions that you're going to get for the rest of this, it's very much going to be, in my experience, about the order of things, who attends which parts of these like little sub events. So I've seen questions about that where you had to know that the management review is done at the end of day one. I can't remember how the question was worded, but that was the gist of it, is that you had to know that it was done at the end of day one. So think of it as a 2-day event. Maybe have accessible the schedule, and then that covers you with most of the questions that I can remember for this. So this is a little mini coach sync that happens, keep people on track. What we did, the activity we did, was the first day team breakouts. And in those team breakouts, we came up with our draft plan. And we're going to come back and all of the teams, one by one, are going to present their plan. But it's going to have to be pretty brief, right? They usually focus on these because, again, everything's very time boxed. So you're not going to walk people through all the details. You're going to basically, what's your capacity and load? So people can ask you questions about that. PI objectives. See this, now you already see the efficiency of writing PI objectives. You don't have to go into all the details, but you give the summarized deliverables. Right, here are what our draft objectives are. And then you're going to talk about any art level risks that have risen up. And at the end of the day, the management's they're all going to have heart attacks because none of the dates that they thought are going to match, especially when you're new to this. And they're going to, a subset of people, the business owners, key stakeholders, including product management and usually product owners, are going to stay behind and they're going to do this kind of problem solving. What can we do? What adjustments can we make or do we want to make? If anything, but there's going to be something. And that leads us into day 2. All right, so we just went through this draft plan. They had the review. And now everybody gets back together at the beginning of day 2 to do adjustments. So to Gautam's point, put a star right here next to these 4 things. I've seen a question before about, again, I don't remember which class, I'm just mentioning things I know they question about. What are the possible changes that the business could do to a plan? And so there really aren't that many levers they can pull. These are pretty much all they can do, right? They can change the scope, realign the work in teams. These bottom 2, I'm saying them first because those are the most common in my experience. And a lot of times this is actually related to adjusting the vision or adjusting the priorities. But I've seen this as a multiple choice question before. So,
can you bring that slide one more time? Oh, there you go.
Yep. And remember, you've got all these slides. Don't forget about your student workbook to refer to. Okay, so after that, we're going to do the second breakout, the second day breakout. And we're going to make all those adjustments that everybody talked about. But one additional thing is going to happen in this breakout that didn't happen in day 1. And that's, we're going to, the business owners, I like that, the business owners are going to walk around and they're going to assign on a scale of 1 to 10, the amount of value they think each objective is going to bring. All right, so this is for your team. They're doing this for all the teams. Right, and so now this everything gets a value, even the uncommitted. These aren't going to be held against us, right, if we don't hit them because we didn't commit to them. And again, at the end of the PI, we're going to go back to the same thing with actual value. And now we have what's really the most important metric for the ARC is how predictable are we at delivering value? I do want to point out that word business owner. You see business owners is listed here as a role. And yesterday we talked about the system team. They like to refer to that as a role also. It's odd. Just kind of keep that in mind when you're taking the test, right? I think that when they say role, again, they're always talking about jobs or responsibilities, right? Not necessarily just titles. So like the role that the system team plays. Business owners is actually very vaguely, it's defined pretty widely. Basically any key stakeholder that has, I can say so, right? Sort of financial decision making. Usually this includes product managers. So there's that business owners. So it's that group that's walking around and assigning the business value. Okay. So other than the list of PI objectives, remember there's two outputs, the committed objectives, and then there's the planning board. This is the most important thing. I love this, and I'm just gonna check, see if they don't have, there's a really good video that goes with this. It's gonna be supplementary, but I highly recommend it. So the reason this visualization, and it has to be visualized. I know people that do PI planning and they don't actually take the last step to visualize it. So they're just going into JIRA and pulling, these static lists of what was committed to. It's very hard to have any intelligent conversations looking at those lists. This is very meaningful though, right? Like I already see some potential problems. You guys see some potential problems here? These are our features. And then, but this feature is dependent on, it's sort of mostly done by the unicorn, but it's dependent on the lions, the bears, I assume the tigers, and UX. Does that worry anybody? Anything about that?
You can't finish. Like they're working backwards, so it's like, is that right?
Well, so I should have started with how to read this, right? So this is different than what we were doing before, where we were loading up the stories into sprints. This is a view of when the feature should be ready. Right, so what this means, this doesn't mean that the unicorns aren't doing anything. If we were to go look at the unicorns team board, we would see that they're filled up by their capacity as well with stories. So this is that one level up view. And what it says is that, how do we know when a feature's done? When all of its stories are done and it meets the definition of done. So what this means is that the unicorns have stories. They're probably working on them out here. But the Lions also have stories that are dependencies. We can't deliver this feature till the Lions do their stories as well. But this can't actually be delivered until the team, and this resource do their dependent work. So basically, all these teams have stories. That's a lot of point to failure. Like if one of these teams gets behind, this will start to have a domino effect. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's kind of high risk.
Right. Especially when you've got this milestone, right? An important event. It's the same iteration as this feature that we're going to show at this event. That seems risky, right? This could be our number one priority. Now, what can we do about it? We don't know, but we can ask questions now because now we can visualize it. And now we can brainstorm. And we can start to see if there's any way we can consolidate dependencies into less teams. Maybe the answer is no. Could other teams be reassigned, right? Because what could happen, right, is that this is very common. You have teams like antelopes and bulls. You notice that these teams work fairly independently, and most arts have some of these. What if, what priority is this feature? What if that feature there that the antelopes are working on is really low in the list? It happens all the time. Just because of what the antelopes work on, that's the first place where they could be applied. Well, this is an opportunity for us to learn how to swarm perhaps entire teams to higher priority work. Right? Could the antelopes or the bulls and the skill sets that they have help address some of the risks, right? And timing issues that we see with the higher priority features. And these are just questions that you ask. But you'd be surprised how creative people can get once they have this visualization, right? And then you can actually have intelligent conversations. Make sense? All right. You guys see anything else in here that is worrisome?
Matt, what did you say dependencies are again?
So this is a generic representation that this feature is dependent on something from Lions. But what it really means, right, is remember features are realized by stories that the teams do. So what this means is that this feature, to get it done, there are stories that the unicorns have, some stories that the Lions need to do. There's stories in the Bears backlog, Tigers, and for UX that all have to be completed before this feature can be done. Right, and that's what the way features are supposed to work, right? We define the feature, and it may require multiple teams to deliver. And this gives us that visualization of that. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Good. Go ahead, Ronnie.
I have a question. Like you mentioned, like we will not be putting any backlog in the last iteration, that is the 5th iteration. Why is that?
We reserve that for innovation and planning, and there'll be some slides coming up towards the end of the day on that. But there's a bunch of activities that we do that allow us to plan well, including PI planning itself. that 2-day event happens during this 2 weeks, and then we do innovation stuff. So it does give us a little buffer if some of this is running behind, but that comes at a pretty big cost, right? And we'll talk more about that innovation planning.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Key thing that I see just questions about, just remember, art planning board. That's what this is called. That's a major output of PI planning. We're going to maintain it. We're going to keep this up to date throughout the PI. It's absolutely going to change as soon as we start discovering things. And that's the trick, right? We're going to start our sync meetings and we're going to try to keep this up to date. The path will change, the path of these things, but we're going to try to stick to the objectives. The art planning board is showing 3 things. It's showing milestones. It's showing a projection of when each feature is going to be delivered, or a feature schedule, so to speak. Projection. And it shows dependencies. So sort of three key things. Okay. So the rest of these slides, get familiar with them. They're just kind of how the rest of the day goes. We're going to do a final review. Make sure that capacity and load looks good, that people aren't pushing up to 100%, right? We start looking at things at a rolled up level. Because as the teams are creating their plans, we're starting to roll up what the art commitment's going to be. The business owners are asked if they accept the plan. And it's at this point where we have this wonderful balance in the universe that only happens briefly, right? But where we're building the right things, the business agrees that this is the plan that makes the most sense, and this delivers the value that we need. And then on the other side, the technology teams agree that it's reasonable. And that's something that's a huge achievement, right? At least briefly, you have this alignment. So we also need to make sure that we take care of then any risk. So there's a part of the agenda is to address any remaining art risk. We're trying to mitigate and address risk the whole time, but some can't be addressed on the side, right? Some have to be brought up in a more formal environment, and that's where this happens. And we're going to use the Rome technique where the risk need to be assigned to one of these categories, again, just to make sure that there's no loose ends, that we're addressing as best we can, hopefully resolving, at least mitigating, hopefully. Maybe we can't do it today, but so the RTE has responsibility to make sure there's an owner, follow up with the owner. But sometimes we have to accept the risk. Right? I mean, it just means nothing more can be done. And we're just going to hope that it doesn't happen, but we just document it. Then everybody's going to take a confidence vote. And the idea is that we have this 3 or higher. So here's one thing. I'm just going to give it a preemptive goat scream. Some people like to call this thing fist of 5. I don't know why. That just drives me crazy. Please don't call it fist of 5 in front of me. I don't know. I have no good reason. I just think of I think of Fist of Fury, Bruce Lee, or Kung Fu Panda. When people say that, it's like Fist of 5. It just seems so corny. So It's my own problem. I like to call it a confidence vote. So that's what you guys are going to do, right? Not going to say that in front of me because it'll make me cringe. That's good. Okay. So some companies won't move forward unless they have 3 or better by everybody. Not everybody does that. And usually you can address the 1s and 2s through risks, right? Documenting risk. At the very end, we're going to do just a regular old retrospective, but it's going to be a retrospective focused on this event. This was such a big event, you're going to have no shortage of feedback. Just a plain old retrospective, what we can do better next time we have this event. As a takeaway, the RTE now has this fun job, right? And usually this is done by multiple people kind of throughout the event. But they got to roll this up into an art view. So there's another level of abstraction, right, that happens where, okay, so we have the team A is delivering this, team B, team C and D, and all of this contributes to delivering that investor demo at the start of iteration 3. Which, by the way, that's a legitimate objective, right? You could have a milestone as an objective. Okay. They added this next section about PI planning for distributed teams. I've never seen a test question about this, but I guess it could be. They have a lot of tips, and they have added a bunch of new resources online for managing highly distributed teams that you can look at. They've got a case study here to look at, and then they've got just some different tips. I'm not going to read through all of these. I mean, like, okay, so make sure everybody's audio and video works, and etc. I think it's good. Personally, for me, right, I kind of take objection to this one because I think it's a good idea to put your overseas coworkers in a sleep-deprived state because you can get them to commit to all kinds of things. You guys like to do that approach? This is how I'm checking to see who's still awake out there. I'm gonna say that all
Yeah, I was gonna say what?
You know, I mean, you got to take every advantage that you can, right? Just make them really tired, then they'll just be like, okay, just assign stuff to me, right?
Beaten into submission.
Right, exactly. See, I've got to say a lot of dumb jokes just to keep you guys, right, focused. Okay. One of the documents, just a reminder that I put out there on the Google Drive, is I took all of these patterns and anti-patterns, put them in a document because I think these are such great slides. I'm just going to keep saying that. Because there's a lot built into here. Let me just ask you one. Why would they consider this an anti-pattern? To do too much planning ahead. Is there such a thing as too much planning ahead of PI planning? Because I've had discussions with RTEs in particular. I'm thinking of one in particular. Where, I mean, she was crazy. She would have people have all of their stories ready before PI planning would even start. So why would they call that an anti-pattern?
This kind of take away time from their other activities that they are doing, and there's already a planning session plan for
Okay.
this fact.
Right? There is that. But in the end of the day, you do want things planned. But yeah.
Yeah.
Anything else?
And then
What if
there, sorry, there's one more I wanted to say.
Yeah, go ahead.
That they have to kind of, there are things that are cross-functional and there are team discussions things. So if it's kind of assigned individually, so whatever planning they come up with would not be, there would be missing links and stuff. So it won't be.
Yeah, high likelihood that there'd be adjustments.
Yeah, they have to redo it when they go to that session. Yeah.
No, that's right. Ronnie, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, what if the scope for the next PI planning changes? And they've
That's
already
right.
done the planning.
That's right. You're exactly right. Well, I don't know what the right balance is, but again, I always just use the term, you won't see this in SAFE, but I think it's pretty much right. Just enough, just in time. Not more, not too much. So some companies may, and this goes to what you may refer to as a definition of ready. Some people will take an extreme view of definition of ready, where they require a lot of planning before it's sort of ready for PI planning. But there's risk with that things change and you end up, and it's the equivalent in manufacturing of having too much inventory, right? You have too much inventory of requirements, right, that maybe are never done. So it's inefficient, right? But then I actually take the opposite approach, and I'm probably not right either. The answer is probably in the middle. I'll just admit that to me, I don't care if it meets the definition of ready. And I'm not saying a lot of people agree with me on this, right? They don't always. But to me, if it's a priority to the business, even if it came up last minute, it's a priority, ready or not. We have to take it, right? And it means it'll be a little less predictable. There'll be probably more enablers. So the answer, again, the right answer is probably in between my extreme and the other extreme. But I don't know, there's a lot of interesting things like that that are packed into these slides. All right, don't forget, there's your links. They have this new PI planning tool. I haven't spent that much time on it, so I can't say whether I like it or not. This is relatively new. And so you can check that out if you want. And then don't forget about all these extra resources, right? Especially if you're new to this. And just add this to your book report list, 3 more books. Did everybody turn in their book reports this morning? Just checking. All right, let's see. Real quickly, let's find some lesson 3. So if my colors are right, that would be yellow. I'm kind of questioning my colors. Okay, I don't think I have the right colors. There's nothing yellow in here. Come on, really? I need to go back through and look at the colors. All right, let me just look closer. Yeah, there's nothing's yellow. I know that's not right. So no. Let's do this one. What's one purpose of acceptance criteria?
P.
E, to identify how story can be validated.
B, everybody agree? You got it. Yep, it's that list of tests, essentially. Let's see. This one's good. Number 27. What is one anti-pattern that indicates a team is overcommitting to work?
D.
B. Capacity and
I would
load.
also say B actually. Yep.
Yeah.
That's right. I did a good job of giving everybody a hard time about that, right? That's probably an overcommitment. Remember that word anti-pattern too. I actually like added a slide to this about it. Anti-patterns, well, one of the characteristics of anti-patterns is that they actually look like there's nothing wrong with them. Right? So it's an anti-pattern because there's this underlying better reason and better way to do things. So at first glance, it looks like it's fine to go up to your capacity, right? I mean, that sounds reasonable. It's a classic example of an anti-pattern, though, right? Is that you dig a little bit deeper and you realize it's actually going to work against you. All right, very good. I just wanted to grab a few in between. All right, let's look at chapter 4. Okay, chapter 4 is like a million slides, but then chapter 5 is very fast. So this is pretty much the class here. We're going to talk about, basically we're going to walk through all of those team level events, maybe add a little bit of detail here and there. And then we're going to talk about DevOps for a few minutes. And so we're going to start with planning the iteration. And let's watch this quick video.
Iteration planning is an event where all team members determine how much of the team backlog they can commit to delivering during an upcoming iteration. The team summarizes the work as a set of committed iteration goals. In this short video, we are going to walk you through how you can achieve this, and we'll also share tips from our experience working with enterprises around the globe. Iteration planning is a refinement and adjustment of the initial iteration plans created during PI planning. There are a number of inputs to the planning meeting. The team and program PI objectives created at PI planning, the team's PI plan backlog, which consists of stories that were identified during PI planning, additional stories, including items such as defects, refactors, and new stories that have come about since the planning session, feedback from the prior iteration, including any stories that were not successfully completed, feedback from the system demo. In preparation, meet with the product owner at least 24 hours before the meeting, confirming the product owner has decided which stories the team should prioritize during the next iteration and that they have shared the list with the team. Remember, some stories were likely estimated during backlog refinement, so the team should already be familiar with these stories by the time they get to iteration planning. This is a critical meeting for the team, and for new Scrum Masters, it's important to remember that PI planning does not replace iteration planning. It's also important to note that this team ceremony should happen on a schedule, even if you can't attend. This is not a meeting that can be postponed, so appoint a proxy if you're unable to make it.
At round 3 or 4.
In SAFE, iteration planning is typically time-boxed to no more than 4 hours for a 2-week iteration. If this is your first iteration planning meeting, plan for more time and adjust as needed. During the meeting, the PO will bring a prioritized list of stories and the team will establish their velocity, analyze and estimate stories, task stories, develop iteration goals, commit to the iteration goals. As Scrum Master, it's your job to keep this process on track and meet the purpose of the meeting. The PO will bring the prioritized backlog of stories to the meeting, and the team will discuss implementation options, technical issues, non-functional requirements and dependencies, the acceptance criteria, and estimate the effort to complete each story in story points. As the Scrum Master, it's your job to make sure the team clarifies their goals, arrives at consensus, and doesn't over or undercommit on what they can execute. In the meeting, the PO will read the story and the acceptance criteria, and then ask the team if they need any clarification or have any questions to refine the story. Scrum Masters should observe these key points during this part of the meeting. That the team understands enough of the details of the story, outcomes to achieve, and how they'll be executed. Make sure the team is engaged in refining the story and acceptance criteria. Be aware of potential conflicts between team members and between team members and the PO. A possible conflict could be the PO directing the team on how the work should be done. Some teams will break stories into tasks. This can be an effective strategy for teams that are newer to Agile because letting the teams take a closer look at the details of each story could help you establish their velocity more accurately. As Scrum Master, you might want to check in with the team once they're done clarifying the stories. Asking them, are you still comfortable with the story point estimate now that you understand the stories more clearly? Is a great place to start. Once your team has accepted stories to the capacity available, it's time to synthesize the iteration goals. After everyone has synthesized the iteration goals, the team should be able to commit to them. A fist of 5 vote is a popular technique to gain commitment. Remember, this also means that the PO is committing that the scope of the work planned by the team remains fixed for the duration of the iteration. To recap, have the inputs into the iteration planning meeting available. Confirm the PO has prepared the prioritized list of stories. Guide the team through establishing their velocity, estimating stories, and accepting them to capacity. Develop the iteration goals and commit. For more information, videos, and toolkits on the role of Scrum Master in SAFE, please
Okay. She said the word. I'm going to have to do this. Did you guys hear her say it? She said fist of 5. Oh yeah, I can't take it. I don't know why. It's such a stupid pet peeve.
I heard it. I was like, that's different. Okay.
Right. So, iteration planning, right? So, it kind of we did mini version of it, right? In PI planning, looking iteration by iteration. Now we're actually at the iteration. So we're going to do a similar process. So this is what the agenda would look like. So just make sure you're familiar with these things. Stop me if something doesn't make sense. I'm assuming that you're familiar with the basics of this from the exercise we did. Here's kind of the general approach to establishing capacity.
Cut for me a piece, I'll tell you.
And then they use this term capacity allocation. Actually, hang on 1 second. I'll be right back. Sorry, hold on. Sorry about that. I have a busy household. This term capacity allocation, we talked about this a little bit at a high level, right? And that's how do we account for things that are just kind of set aside time for, right? We talked about the architecture runway, for example, or set aside time for tech debt reduction and refactoring. It's similar to how we set aside time out of our capacity for vacations, right? Things like that as well. So this term capacity allocation, anytime that you hear that, think this pie chart. It's all the things that we're going to take out, set aside a percentage of time for, and then everything that's left, we can plan with. So let's say that you're a team and you've got development, but you also have some responsibilities to answer certain maintenance or run the business work or some support responsibilities. You would estimate the amount of time that you're going to set aside for those sorts of things, say it's 25%. And now the rest of the capacity is available for planning. Does that make sense? Okay. And this just goes through just the process, right, of estimating in more detail. So if you're new to this, this is going to be really good, much more detailed, kind of step by step. How does everything go, right? So look back through these in detail. I'm just not going to read through all of it because it's pretty straightforward, right? But the way that the product owner does it, and it's analyzed. You might do some refinement, and then ultimately, you get down to teams breaking things down into tasks, right? So again, say you might see some reference in SAFe to this being only for new teams, but that's not my experience. But if you do break stories into tasks that are using hours, this, in my opinion, shouldn't show up in any of the major reports that are advertised. This is the business, right, of the team and only the team, in my opinion. If you want to avoid people micromanaging your team. And it's a cross check, right, to make sure you're not overloading any single people on the team. It's a different view than points, right? Remember, we talked about story points are all about a relative sizing based off of work we've done in the past. And then there's this one more level of abstraction up that we do even at the story level. So remember how we wrote objectives? And we stepped back, we looked at the features, right, or the stories that we're going to deliver over the PI, and we kind of summarized them as objectives. We're going to do the same thing at the team level or the iteration level, but it's just called iteration goals. So pay attention to these purposes. Sometimes they will ask questions about this, and it could apply to iteration goals or PI objectives. That it provides transparency, there's value to repeating back what the ask was, right, in this summarized form, value and alignment. And those are the major things. And then this should look familiar. It's the same kind of commitment and confidence vote that that we're doing every iteration, just like we did in PI planning. And then don't forget this beautiful slide, right? Common anti-patterns. Okay, so now here's a real test. Can you guys, I'm going to play you a video from Atlassian that they made. I don't know if you've seen it before. They made this series of kind of funny videos. And let's see how many anti-patterns you can spot. Okay, are y'all ready? The video go.
Chet Wrong here with the wrong way to do Agile. Today, planning. Start with a round of planning poker. If someone throws out an estimate that is different from the others, then remove that person immediately. If planning takes too long, then just have the product owner do all the planning. This will speed things up greatly. Feel free to restrain team members as needed. Once the product owner has assigned all tasks, then their work is done. They won't be needed until the next planning meeting. Now remember, this plan is only a suggestion, so be sure to add plenty of time at your next stand-up to add new items. And that's the wrong way to do planning.
So that looks like a pretty good way, right? I don't know. I still think that's funny. Just, I like how the product owner just like goes on vacation after planning and like disappears. Right? It's just so typical. Right? Sometimes they're hard to get a hold of. No, pretty good. Any of you guys ever seen those?
I actually haven't.
Oh, cool. Yeah, a lot of you don't know they're out there. Done by Atlassian. Atlassian's a company that owns Jira, Line, Confluence, and tools like that. It's pretty cool. All right, let's take a break. And then we're gonna come back and we're gonna keep going through. We're not gonna watch all of the movies, right? But we're gonna watch enough, so you might want to get some popcorn or something, right? We're just gonna keep going through the events. We're flowing through an iteration. All right, see you guys in 10 minutes. Oh, don't forget to run around the block 5 times and do the jumping jacks. set them to encourage the kind of behavior that you want, exactly what Prakash was saying. You want to encourage people, everybody as a team. We're a team. We're not developers, testers, and other roles working on our own list, but we're a team. Is there any way that this developer can help with story 2? I know the developer is not a tester, but again, T-shaped skills. Let's say that, and you can't always do that, right? Is there anything that developer could do to support these other stories? Because these are all still higher priority than that story. Does that make sense? So this is what you want to avoid. This is such a problem that people would make cartoons about it. Okay? This is not good, all right? We don't want to have all this almost done. Things that are almost done, you haven't completed the learning cycle. We haven't been able to deliver any incremental value. If you're almost done, it starts to look like waterfall. It's a large batch of things that eventually work their way but haven't been delivered. Does everybody understand why this would not be good?
Yeah, nothing is completed and there's no product to build up the iterations on. It's all, everything is mostly almost done.
Very good. No, that's exactly right. We have not completed. So the goal is to get from concept to cash. Remember, definition of business agility. How fast can we react to changes? How fast can we get something through? That means all the way through to accepted. What I'm saying is that it's better to miss your commitment completely and deliver, but actually deliver, let's say 5 of these stories that are the highest priority, than to have all of them sitting almost done. Because if all of them are almost done, you haven't learned anything. You haven't been able to contribute anything towards the incremental progress. You haven't been able to demo. You missed an opportunity here at the end of the boundary, right? At the end of the iteration. Everybody good with that? Work in process? So if you see work in process, or Kanban, and by the way, these Kanban boards, right? Kanban's a pull system, right? So what that means is that when you're done with development, you don't push it to the next state. It stays there, even if you're done, until someone who's going to test it pulls it into testing. Just for those of you that are newer to this. If you see work in process question on the test, think flow. This all has to do with flow. Having a whole bunch of things almost done, that means the flow has stopped. You guys may be working really hard, but you get 0 credit. You don't get credit for partial points. That's another thing. Teams often think, well, we did all this work, we only have a little bit left. Why don't we split the story and we'll claim credit for 80% of the work? And then we'll roll over something smaller to the next one. I would highly encourage you not to do that. Usually that means you're in an environment where people are over scrutinizing the sprint, right? In the end, all that matters is the average. If it goes a little bit over, and then you finish it at the beginning of the next iteration, if you indeed were close, then your average isn't going to change that much. So there's a couple of diagrams I want you to be familiar with. One is the burn down, which everybody, I think you've probably seen. There are lots of ways that burn downs can be looked at. The one that they're showing here has flaws, right? And which is a reason why they like this other form called a burn up, which we're going to look at. So looking at this, they're looking at hours remaining. And again, hours doesn't say anything, right? We could be spending lots of hours on things, but never deliver anything. All that matters are the points. And we only get credit for the points when we finish an entire story, which by definition is going to have some incremental value. So they prefer to look at things by points. So here's some examples. And we're going to do some quick reads on this and see if we can, let's come up with some theories about what may be happening for each of these scenarios. All right, so the way you read this is you've got the purple line, that's how many points we committed to. And then the blue line is showing our burn up over time. So what's your impression of the one in the top upper left? What does that say?
The team is steadily moving.
They are. You know, what I think of though, when I first look at this, I think of this. I just look for any excuse to use that. Okay, so doesn't it look a little bit too good to be true, Ronnie?
Yeah, it's the ideal situation.
Yeah, it's ideal, but maybe I'm just cynical. I'd be a little bit skeptical, right? I don't know if in the real world, very often you're going to see these this perfect slope. I don't know. That's what I get out of the top left one. I mean, like you're burning points from day one. Again, how likely is that? I mean, maybe if something rolled over, I guess. All right, what about this upper right one? I think there's quite a few theories.
They didn't do anything until day 9, and they completed everything in one day.
All right, so that's one possibility. We'd have to ask if they actually didn't do anything and they had one day of work. That's definitely a possibility. What else could be happening?
They were not reporting on a daily basis. They just started to report at the end of the sprint iteration.
Right, because we can't accept a story, for example, until it's demoed and accepted by the product owner. So that's actually pretty common, is that, let's say the product owners hasn't been around or people aren't grabbing them. So they actually may be consistently burning up, but they're not getting any credit for it because they don't do the last steps to the very end. So no, that's a good one. What else? Anything else? Any other scenario you can think of?
The flow went too fast, so there was probably no definition of done.
All right, what do you mean by that? I don't know if you're using the right words that I like as I understand them. So explain that like in a different way.
Well, if everything was done on day 9, it went too. Everything was done too fast, so there was no communication probably throughout the whole ART.
Okay, yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, this is similar to the first scenario. They're not doing anything, and then they're working too quickly. And that could be, I guess that could be problems. Remember, we're not talking about the art here. We're looking at the team level. It's just a reminder, like this whole chapter is looking at team level stats, right? So sort of these 2-week iterations for a single team. And the burning. So you're not they're definitely not working too fast, at least by the metrics. But yeah, something's not being recorded right. I had one other theory and then I just now forgot it about this. Let's see. Oh, maybe they are demoing. Maybe they're doing everything perfectly, but they're just not recording it into the system to the last minute. Right? It could just be that. All right, makes sense to everybody?
Yeah.
All right, what about this one? The lower left.
They did not do planning properly. I mean,
Yeah.
they had too much buffer. 10 days.
Yeah,
sprint
this-
complete 3 days.
Yeah, something wrong here. And then you would expect that what they deliver would keep going. Right? That they would be, they like, do they just stop working? It's kind of strange. Yeah. Yeah, so definitely under commitment scenario. And then I think this one over here is probably more your ideal scenario rather than this top, right? That looks very typical. Yeah. You have it like a period of time where there's no points delivered because you're actually starting and doing the work, getting it tested, getting it demoed and then done. And then the first story comes done about day 3. And then you have, a little jagged, but pretty consistent progress upward. Landing kind of ideally right at the end. Very good. I just want you to be familiar with burnup charts. There's some other charts we're going to look at later on in the class too. Okay. And don't forget about these practices and anti-patterns. They've got so many of these. They're bound to ask you some questions about them. All right, I'm not going to go through all of them because it would suck us into definitely midnight territory. Okay, backlog refinement. We should be doing consistent backlog refinement, right? Here's the information about the event, its purpose, right? These are times to just anything that needs to be worked out, planned out. You're bringing in subject matter experts, depending on what you're talking about. You're planning for the upcoming iterations, and then eventually you should be even looking forward to the upcoming PI. So you at least have some insight into that before PI planning. Pay attention for all of these events to who attends and then sort of who leads each event. And they've got a sample agenda. So most of these slides are kind of for reference. And then the common patterns and anti-patterns. So this is just backlog refinement. But what do they mean by this one, this last one? Why is it an anti-pattern that feature estimations impact story estimation? What do they mean by that?
Shouldn't it be the other way around? The story estimation should impact the feature estimation?
Well, they're saying this is an anti-pattern. So they're saying that this is a bad sign. Or maybe that's what you meant. Maybe my brain's.
So story points should be rolling up to the feature estimation, right?
Right. So yes. So ultimately, there is the only thing that exists are story points. But what happens is, before we're going to break things into stories, there's going to be some higher level estimations done, right? That's because we have to have longer term roadmaps, right? And so a lot of times what happens is that the features are estimated at a high level, but then as it works its way to high priority and gets planned and broken down into stories, all that really matters are the sum of the story points, right? And so what they're saying though is the common scenario is that people make plans based off the early estimations, and they'll set release dates based off the early estimations. But this would be an anti-pattern to think that the teams are going to be held firmly to early estimations. And by the time the team looks at it, they need to be thinking independently, what is this actually going to take to do? Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right, iteration review. It's just a little demo that happens at the end. Key thing to remember on this is that everything gets demoed in an iteration review, even spikes, right? And enabler things. So you might be demoing just like a Word document with the results, right, of something you researched, right, or maybe a prototype. So everything gets demoed. The other thing is this, notice this term team increment, a tested team increment. All right, so as opposed to a system increment. Okay, so an increment is like a piece of software, right, that's being delivered, some sort of value. So this is a team level event, so they call it a team increment. You could invite people to this iteration review, but I mentioned before, usually stakeholders aren't going to go to this because there's actually a much more efficient thing for them to do, and that's to go to a system demo. And we're going to talk about the system demo coming up, but that's where at the end of every iteration, all the teams are going to come together and they're going to try to demo as an art their progress towards the features. So if you've got that event, usually the stakeholders aren't trying to make all of the individual team reviews. So this is usually, it's still useful though for the team to do. And here's the normal stuff, just for reference: time box, preparation, attendees, and a sample agenda. One reminder, right, in the iteration review, just that there's kind of two things that we're looking at. We are looking at how we did as a team, right, iteration, but then we also are always checking back at how are we progressing towards the goals of the PI, right, because that's really the important thing. Trying to get us and get your team to think as part of a team of teams. It's a bigger thing. All right, and then we have the best practices, good reference, common anti-patterns. Now we're getting towards the end to relentless improvement in the retrospective. So again, remember that relentless improvement is an important part of making sure that this stuff is going to stick. Right? We're always improving. We talk about improvement when really the first goal is just to make sure that you're reinforcing and that people don't slide back into old ways of working. Right? So this is a good way of doing that. So there's a video and iteration retrospectives. This is the one I'm thinking of. I think we will watch this one. I hope it's the one I'm thinking of. I think it's pretty good.
The iteration retrospective is your team's primary means of ensuring one of the pillars of the Safe House of Lean mindset, relentless improvement. In this short video, we are going to walk you through how to facilitate this meeting so the team can take full advantage of this opportunity to reflect and improve. We recommend time boxing the meeting to 1 hour or less. Make sure that only the Agile team, including the product owner, plans to attend. During the meeting, you'll analyze the iteration quantitatively and qualitatively. The end goal is to identify places where the team can improve and positive outcomes that can be preserved going forward. The agenda for the retrospective is as follows. Part 1, quantitative. Review the improvement backlog items targeted for this iteration. Were they all accomplished? Did the team meet the goals? Collect and review the agreed to iteration metrics. Part 2, qualitative. What went well? What didn't? What can we do better next time, and what can we preserve? The meeting ends after the team has arrived at actionable improvement stories, which are then added to the backlog. Ahead of the iteration retrospective, you'll want to prepare the team's metrics, such as planned versus actual velocity, stories planned versus stories accepted, and unit test coverage. You also need to prepare the format for the retrospective, along with the retrospective working agreements. The trust the Scrum Master has built with the team is important in the retrospective. Your role is to create a safe space for the team so they can voice concerns and discuss issues honestly and without fear of consequences. The retrospective includes 2 main sections, quantitative review and qualitative review. Begin with a quantitative review. Discuss the metrics you've compiled for the meeting and whether the team met their iteration goals, not the individual stories. It is best to keep this to a brief yes or no answer. Now it's time to move on to the qualitative section of the retrospective. The team should review the improvement items for this iteration and the improvements accomplished. Then facilitate the team through what went well during the iteration, what didn't go well during the iteration, what can the team do better next iteration, how can the team preserve what went well. This can turn into a venting session after a difficult iteration. In our experience, Scrum Masters can guide the discussion away from venting by referencing the established working agreements. However, if the team needs to vent, you might want to set up a short window for complaints, run a timer, and then ask the team to move on to solving the problems at hand. As part of the safe space you create for this meeting, the team should be able to trust how you discuss problems outside of the team. If the same problems keep coming up in iteration retrospectives, address this with the team to determine whether they can really solve it themselves or whether there's a systemic impediment. Keep in mind that the systemic impediments are brought to the Inspect and Adapt problem-solving workshop. You'll also want to avoid falling into the responsibility trap. The team owns the issues at hand. It's your job to help them take responsibility for problems that come up, not solve them. The final deliverable is to have the team identify 1 or 2 things that they can improve in the next iteration. Improvements that are identified will go into the team's backlog as improvement stories for iteration planning. To recap, prepare the iteration metrics and outline the working agreements for the meeting. Create a safe space for the team to discuss problems. During the meeting, start with quantitative review with a focus on iteration goals and key metrics. Conduct the qualitative review using the 4 questions to arrive at 1 or 2 backlog items that will go into iteration planning. For more information, videos, and toolkits on the role of Scrum Master in SAFe,
All right. Turn that off. Okay, that's not the one I was thinking of, but I think it was useful. Any questions about anything she went over? So I will tell you one thing that shows up on the exams related to the retrospective and also related to later, we'll talk about the Inspect and Adapt, which is kind of the art level retrospective. They want you to know that the outcome of those is an actual backlog item called an improvement item. So an improvement story in this case. Just keep that in mind. That should be the outcome. That's a very common question. At the art level, and that would be an improvement feature. They would come out. So the idea is that it would make it tangible and more likely to do it if it's in the back. All right, they got some very common examples, right, of improvements. These are pretty universal. People trying to move more to automated testing, etc. We're going to look a little bit deeper at the metrics that she talked about. They want you to be familiar with a couple of categories of metrics. So I already showed this to you guys individually. So this is called flow velocity. I think it's fairly self-explanatory, right? Our velocity or our speed, historically and then as an average. Okay. Oh, actually, they have a typo here. I just noticed. It doesn't actually measure the number of backlog items. It measures the story points delivered. They have it correct down here, but that's a typo. This is called a cumulative flow diagram. Have you guys ever seen this? These type diagrams? You don't use them in your daily life, like to track your brushing your teeth and stuff like that? No, nobody? No, this is pretty standard in most tools. You can generate this. Actually, this is one of my favorite diagrams. And I was part of a company once. They're interviewing Scrum Masters. They would give them sort of a blank cumulative flow diagram, and they'd ask them to make observations about it as part of their interview questions. I'm not saying that everybody does that, but I thought that was interesting. I do think there's a lot of rich information here. They want you to know about flow load in particular, not so much be an expert with cumulative flow diagram, at least from this class. In the advanced Scrum Master class, they make you learn a lot more about this diagram. So the way you read this is in vertical slices, right? So in a snapshot of time, this is, if we just look at the height here, we'll see how many stories were in each state. All right, so if these are our states of our story level Kanban, team Kanban, starting with a funnel, then things get pulled into analyzing in the backlog state once they're ready. So these are sort of the loading up stages, right? You have the funnel, analyzing, and backlog. Now, when we move it out of the backlog, we're actually working on it. We've committed to it. That's when, quote unquote, work in process starts. Right. So it's not really work in process in the early stages, kind of determining if we're going to work on it, what priority we have. So if we measure the distance from when it's pulled into implementing up until it's done, right, and accepted, we would call that flow load, or the number of stories that are in process. Make sense?
Yep.
I got that? Awesome. And then there's so many interesting things. You can look at this, right? There's the rate of arrival would be like the slope of that curve. I'm kind of a math geek, so I like this stuff, right? That the rate of departure. So there's a lot of interesting things. Just looking at the shape, right? And the paths that all these take. If everything were ideal, like everything would be this perfect line, right? With certain proportions that stay, but then that would be boring, right? And then you would know something's wrong. Somebody's faking something, if that were the case. And then lastly, so we had flow velocity, flow load, and they want you to know about flow distribution. This one's easy. They just want to know basically your capacity allocation over time. So the amount of work in percentages that are kind of being done in each category over time, right? So here we're actually working on roadmap stuff or stories a lot less, right? See here, because we did a lot of enabler work. If that's important to you, that's one thing you could calculate. Or maybe you have support in maintenance work over enhancements and development feature work. Either way, you can use this distribution view. Okay, any questions about those three graphs? Iteration metrics. If you've worked in Scrum at all, sorry, I know this is pretty standard fare, right? One of the things that happens, right, that the Scrum Master is responsible for in general is you're going to have these stats that you're going to keep. And you're going to be running these reports out of whatever system you're using. And you're going to talk to them about what happened, right? So we're going to look at the velocity. Did we hit or miss and why? And we're also going to look at the quality metrics. I would recommend that you don't share very widely the stuff on the left. On the right, I'd be fine with that. Again, I just worry about teams getting compared unfairly. Number of stories planned, accepted. That's gonna have a different meaning depending on the nature of the work and the team. Okay. And then the boring stuff, like the preference, right? Sort of the layout, attendees, right, of the retrospective itself. Again, there can't be anybody's supervisor in these things, just like the stand-up. It needs to only be the team members. Retrospective agenda, sample. And then they have this last thing because for some reason, retrospectives are kind of the first thing that teams want to cut after they become so mature and they stop doing them. And that's because I think they get boring, right? So this is where I get jealous. Sometimes I'm not jealous, but I recognize that there are people that are much more talented than me at being creative with retrospectives. And that's what they're encouraging. There's so many templates and things out there, ways to be creative so that it doesn't get monotonous. Ways to kind of keep some fresh blood flowing through the retrospectives. And they do have this, I have done this example quite a bit. I think it's one of the standard templates in Miro, the little speedboat thing, where you draw the anchors, right? And then the things that are, that's what your impediments are, and then the propellers, what's going well, etc. All right, and then see if any of these that I want to call out. No, I think we talked about it. This definitely is a big one, though. This is just for the team. This is part of the Scrum Master role of building high-performing teams. Right? There's a reason why in youth sports that there comes a point. Those of you who have kids, right, know that there's kind of a turning point when the parents aren't allowed to go, right, anymore because the team has to develop itself, right? They've got to figure out how to do it, right, and how to be a team themselves. And there's a lot of this, right? We're trying to instill these capabilities in the team and not have them tied to trying to please their boss or look good in front of their boss, right? There's a whole different purpose to this. Okay, and then the very last section in this chapter is you just have to know a tiny bit about DevOps and this concept of release on demand. So, what the heck, we'll watch this video. It only makes like 1 point, but it'll save my voice a little bit, I guess.
DevOps is a mindset, culture, and set of technical practices that supports the integration, automation, and collaboration needed to effectively develop and operate a solution. DevOps is the combination of two words, development and operations. It aligns these two parts of the organization to reduce friction in the value stream and enable agile product delivery. Without DevOps, there can be significant tension between those who develop solutions and those who operate and support them. Development teams are driven by the need to deliver continuous value to customers, which requires frequent changes to production environments. But a high rate of change typically conflicts with the goals of operations teams, which need to ensure deployed solutions remain stable and reliable. So what can happen when two teams depend on each other and one values speed while the other values stability? Long delivery delays, poor solution quality, production outages, and disappointed customers. DevOps strengthens the partnership between these teams, aligning their values, practices, and tooling so that new functionality can be defined, built, tested, and released with maximum speed and reliability.
Okay, that was clear as mud, right? Clear as mud. Very generic wording. And I think that's probably the thing to take away about the word DevOps in SAFe. It's almost the broadest definition possible. I actually think it'd be more appropriately called, or it should be more appropriately referenced as Biz DevOps. You can Google that, it's a thing. And it's what it's talking about. Notice there are a couple things that he said in the video. They're going to be important, but you're definitely going to get at least one question, maybe two, related to this. It's not a department. Again, in SAFe, it's not a role, right? Even though in our worlds, maybe we do have DevOps engineers or cyber reliability engineers, et cetera. It's a mindset and a set of tools, right? So if we think about, again, going back to what really matters, it's all about speed to market with high quality, right? That's the definition of business agility. It's oversimplified, right? But how can we lean out the organization, get maximized flow, and be responsive to changes in the market and opportunities? DevOps are all the practices and tools, many of which we've already talked about, that enable that. Okay, so traditionally, when you think of DevOps and CI/CD, that's been around forever. It's actually a pretty well-defined, mature field. And it was based off of the idea, right, that development teams are pushed to go faster, faster, faster. Operation teams, it's all about stable production environment and be very careful. Well, in order for us to be agile, under the definitions we talked about, we're talking about pushing lots of things into production very quickly. Maybe it's not released to customers, but what we would call a dark release. SAFe, when they use the word in SAFe, deploy, right? They mean production, but toggled off. And so that means you've got to have, right, lots of these kind of tools set up, automation set up, but then we have to have alignment across the whole business, right? Because a lot of the delays that happen are on the way to the development team and just getting things funded, defined, and in the backlog and prioritized, right? So it doesn't matter so much. Actually, and there's one thing I want to show you that I think is really interesting. I'm gonna go to this article about development value streams. And this is an activity that I do all the time with teams. I think it's here. Here it is. Okay. It's called value stream mapping. All right. So what I do is I'll meet with teams and or maybe like an entire area of a business and step out all the steps that happen from when the idea comes in to when it's in production. So remember, our whole goal is to go from here to here as quickly as possible with high quality. So here's what's interesting about this activity is you look at what they do is they do this called PT and LT, right? So this process time and lead time. Right, so what that means is that like the amount of time spent designing is only 4 hours. But the total amount of time, right, there's another 4 hours spent in between these two on average, right, that passes. And then it starts to get worse, right? You end up with 24 hours of testing, of actual testing work. A calendar time that passes is 40 hours on average before something's tested from when it was coded. And then it gets even worse, right? So by the time things are accepted, in this example, 700 hours. I don't know how many weeks that is. To deploy to staging, which is an activity that only takes 4 hours. Right? And this, of course, is because they're being very careful about making sure things are ready before they deploy to staging. And then it's even worse here to deploy to production. So when you look at this, the amount of time that's spent actively doing work, or what Lean would call value time, right? Time is spent doing value, 98 hours. But the total flow time, the total time from beginning to end is 1,887 hours. So only 5% of the time are we actually doing productive work. The rest is what Lean would call waste. And this is very typical. That's crazy, right? Think about this too. It's one more thing. How often and how much focus do people put on this one segment? How fast can we code? Are our teams, or code and test, are our teams working hard enough? Are we improving the output, right? Are we improving the number of points we deliver? Now I'm going to make that sound really silly, okay? Because there's so much effort that kind of squeezing out all the efficiencies in the process time of these couple of steps, when the process time only accounts for 5% of the total time. If we want to increase business agility, we focus on the delays. We focus on why is it sitting around for 700 hours on average or 1,000 hours on average before it's deployed. That's the bigger bang for the buck. You guys agree? Anybody still awake out there? It's late. I know. We're getting towards the end. So it's crazy. This is where we're saying, as teams and ours begin adopting DevOps, you see up here, right? This is one of the first activities that we do. I do this all the time. And it's eye-opening. It's like, why are you sitting here trying to squeeze blood out of the stone, right? Of coding when we've got these systemic problems, right? That go to the heart of why of business agility. So this DevOps addresses it holistically, right? So there's a cultural aspect, right? We've got to get people to see this, that we have shared responsibility, and it goes all the way from the beginning to the end. It's not just let's make the Scrum teams better. That's actually the easiest part, right? The Scrum teams, and I'm not saying that's easy, but it's easier than tackling the whole picture, right? We have to automate, right? This makes things so much easier. A lot of that delay is because there's manual intervention because people are scared to push quickly to staging and to production. All right, so we've got to put in place all the controls, pipeline software, right? To where we're doing something closer to CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment. And this isn't just extra stuff. This is at the heart of it, right? And good Scrum Masters understand, you don't need to know all the details about how this is done and how these tools work, but just knowing how important flow is, right? And the role that DevOps plays is a differentiator. We've talked about all the lean flow stuff, right? Small bits of work, right? They're less risky, they flow faster, they're more predictable. Limiting work in process, extreme visibility. We have to be able to measure. Remember, we're a hypothesis-driven system. We make a hypothesis, then we need to test that hypothesis. So we have to measure. We also have to measure all the normal stuff, flow and all the points delivered, things like that. But part of delivering high quality in a short amount of time is delivering the right thing. Because if you spend time delivering the wrong thing, then that's the same as sitting and waiting. Because you're gonna have to go repeat to get the same value. So we want to make sure we're building the right thing. And that means we need to deliver a little at a time. So we don't spend too much time building the wrong thing, right? That incremental delivery. And we have to have ability to measure those hypotheses so that we know how to course correct. And then lastly, because we're pushing things to production so fast, we need to have sophisticated recovery ability, right? And the ability to do patching and things like that. Anyway, that's it. I highly recommend if you wanted to take another SAFe class, I think so many people overlook the DevOps class. They think it's going to be too technical, but I'm telling you it's not. I highly recommend if you're going to take another class or at least go download this stuff, that DevOps class is so valuable. I get the greatest amount of feedback from the DevOps class because it's so tangible. It's like a workshop where we actually we do this activity hands-on with people in the class's actual work environments. We come up with this diagram and then we throw the kitchen sink at it. And what it does, this will be my last pitch. I don't get paid for this or anything. I don't get a commission. I really like this class. If you want to also learn just a little bit more technical jargon, it's like a survey class without going into the details of all the sort of tool sets that we can throw to decrease the overall lead time. I just think it's a really valuable class. It would be a differentiator for sure. So that's all I'll say about that. Oh, question, go ahead, Gautam.
Yeah, I have a question regarding the point you were highlighting. I'm working with the DevOps technologies, so I just want to a note that what is the extra I would learn if I go for the say free DevOps course other than the technical things of the DevOps.
Yeah, it's definitely not a technical class for DevOps. And I think that's why more people don't take it, is because they think it's that. It's actually, and it's not even really about safe. Really, like it almost just stands alone as it's about flow. It's about this activity right here, and almost regardless of the fact that you're safe, obviously we cover a little bit of it. We're talking about more concepts that you apply. So it's not a tool class. You're not going to learn about how to use Jenkins or any of those tools. It just goes further with the concepts. Does that make sense? Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
All right. And those are there's your links. And let's see. I don't know why they don't have there is a toolkit. I was hoping that there's 2 pages here. Okay. You still don't have it. Go out and look at the toolkits that are out there. There's a great toolkit for what's called value stream mapping that if you want to look more at that, the view, right, and the measurement step by step of a process. All right. We're looking so good on time. What happened? I know what happened. You guys got quiet second half of the day. That's what I think happened. Y'all are just like, finish. We just have a little bit more to go. Chapter 5 is short, and then that's it. Oh, very important thing. I just found this. That's all I'm saying. There's a reason why I have this, right?
Yep.
It's right there. I don't know. I didn't invent that, right? It's like, I think it's a message. That's not going to be on the test. So you don't have to worry about that. Okay. What do you guys want to take? What do y'all say to a 5-minute stretch break? Come back, and then, because we're almost done, we finish. I just need to like stretch just for a minute. And then we finish up the whole class. Does that sound good?
Sure.
All right. 5 minutes, come back, we'll finish it up.
stuffing for the turkey. Look, so you don't have to buy no food, you just sweet.
I don't buy food anyway.
Look, look. Yeah, you don't, I'm cooking Thursday, and then you don't have to buy food, you know. Nobody ate that white rice too.
I did.
No, I mean, other people beside you. I mean, it's still there.
Who's other people?
I mean, bad, there's a bad. I just need to boil some vegetables.
Is there somebody in that?
I boil some vegetables. No, my mom was outside. Mom's not here. She's getting the leaves. I just have to boil vegetables. I'm done. Yep. Done.
So my cat is howling. She wants attention. So here you go. Say hi to the camera. Now she's like, no, let me down. She just sits here and just howls at me. Like just wants me to pet her because she's so spoiled.
That's what my dog does all day. I have a pug. He's been yelping for 2 days.
Yeah.
Now, when you get off the class, does she come and cuddle up next to you, or she goes on about her business?
No, we have two cats and they're old and they just do what they want. They just like to moan a lot.
They want, yeah.
Yeah. They can get like, they want attention. Yeah.
What is her name?
Mitzi is her name. And then my son has a cat too. He's going to college. He and his girlfriend got a cat. So he's got a cat that stays in his room until they can get another place for it. Yeah. I got a busy household. I got lots of people. My mom lives with us too. Although I just got rid of one. My youngest just went back to college for 2 more weeks to finish out the semester, so that's good. All right. Okay, there's just a couple more things that we haven't talked about. Finally, the IP iteration. I told y'all we're going to talk about that eventually. And then we got to talk about this thing called inspect and adapt, which is actually kind of 3 things in one. So the IP iteration and inspect and adapt, pretty much it. So there's a lot of I words and P words here, which just make it really clear, right? We've got an increment, which means actual software delivered. It sounds a lot like iteration. Don't get those confused, right? Iteration, that's the cadence, the 2-week cadence means a sprint, right? And iteration. Then we've got PI, stands for planning interval. And in the PI, it's made up, it's usually 10 weeks, that's 5 iterations. It's a lot of P's and I words. The last iteration of the PI, those last 2 weeks, is called the IP iteration. Everybody get that? So lots of letters. But it's the last 2 weeks of the PI is dedicated to innovation and planning.
Could you repeat that from the beginning, please?
Okay, once more.
Yeah.
Just the terms, right? There's the PI. That's the 10 weeks cadence, right? That the art follows. It's made up of increments of not increments. Oh, see, I already messed up. Of iterations, 2-week iterations. So a 10-week PI would have 5 iterations, right? But we don't plan against the last iteration. That's called the innovation and planning iterations. We're not allowed to put stories in that one because of what we're about to talk about.
So the last 2?
Right, the last 2 weeks. Right, or the last 1 iteration, because it's called the IP iteration. So this is an example of how that 2 weeks may be spent. So you can see here that the actual PI planning event occurs within this IP iteration. Inspect and adapt happens here. And then you have these opportunities for innovation, extra preparation for PI planning, continuous improvements or skill development, things like that. So sometimes people look at this and they think, oh, so that's 2 weeks of unproductive time. And it couldn't be further from the truth, right? And it shows a tremendous amount of sort of ignorance about what happens out in companies, right? And how out of control technical debt just kills the innovative ability of these large companies, where they end up with these large legacy systems that can't be maintained, right? And they're very expensive. Puts them way behind the curve of more innovative companies. So if you're not allowing for some exploration, think about the change of technology that's happening and the rate of technology that's been happening. It hasn't slowed down. It's just, if anything, it's probably speeding up, right? With AI and everything coming full force. Look how rapidly transitions to the cloud have happened, relatively speaking. And the accessibility and affordability of cloud solutions, right, has kind of changed the landscape as well. There are companies that aren't able to, that have not capitalized on that because they don't even know that stuff exists or how it could apply to their environment because they don't have the right people thinking about it. So innovation is not just for the Googles and the Facebooks. It's for everything. It's how you avoid this phrase called the tyranny of the urgent, right? If you don't have some capacity to plan correctly and to innovate, and everybody's always urgently working on the next release, first of all, everybody's going to burn out, your tech debt's going to grow, and over time, the cost is going to go. There's a good book by Robert Martin. He's written lots of good books. Probably his most famous is Clean Code, but he did one called Clean Architecture, which I thought was really good. And it actually had this big study that people did on impacts like this. And it sure enough, the study shows this exponential graph of the cost per feature over time if you're not controlling tech debt, right? Anyway, so that's the end of my soapbox on that. I just want you to a little bit know the basics of what happens in this class. It's hard to put to words to unless you've seen it in your environment. The kinds of things that can happen with things like innovations or hackathons, because people are they look for innovative ways and tools that are going to automate and make themselves more efficient because that's what they're spending all their time doing. That's how CI/CD originally became so popular, right? This continuous integration, continuous deployment. It's essentially developers got tired of all the painful steps to move their code from their development environment, right? And to build it and move it to a staging environment, they started wanting to automate those steps. And that just evolved and evolved and evolved. So anyway, that's the innovation and planning. Okay, and then the last thing is this inspect and adapt. Okay, I know you're close to information overload, but we're almost to the end, I promise. So we talked before about how we do these system demos, right? System meaning art level demos every 2 weeks, where we bring all the teams together. Well, and we're showing progress. The last one that we do at the very end of the PI is called the PI system demo. And it's done as part of the inspect and adapt. That's the big show, right? This is where we're going to actually get to see what we delivered, how successful were we as an art for the whole PI. Then we're going to look at our art level measurements. And then we're going to do this a little bit more formalized than a retrospective, something called a problem solving workshop. So starting with the PI system demo, this is the big show. If you're going to invite stakeholders to something, this would be it. Because now this is a big boundary where all the teams and actually all the arts, all the way up the organization to the portfolio level, they follow this PI cadence. Ultimately, it's on this PI cadence, right? Based off the results of this demo, it triggers a whole bunch of other activities that we don't even talk about in this class, such as evaluating whether we're going to continue to fund certain epics, right? Again, all based on feedback that we get, not just in the demo, but also from releasing. So just pay attention to who attends and who usually leads it. I've never seen the system team lead these. I don't know why they list that there, but obviously the system team is usually involved in putting these on because of the environment. You have to have a really good, robust production-like staging environment to demo off of. And then we're going to look at the performance assessment, right? So here's where we're going to go back and we're going to add the business value actually achieved. So at PI planning, we had said how much business value we thought these objectives would bring. Now we're going to talk about the actual value delivered. Before, when the numbers were set, it was just the business owners. And this one little difference is when we do it here at the end, the team gets to weigh in with the business owners and we give it a value. So here's an example, right, where 50 and we delivered 45. These right here, this 7 did not count against us, even though we didn't deliver it, right? We only published the sum of the committed things, but we do get credit for extra things. So that means we could get over 100%. And this becomes what, I had mentioned before, what we track is the art. What is the art's predictability at delivering value? So this, I will admit, this comes a little later in the maturity of an art, the ability to add this, but it is not unusual. Lots of companies are doing this because they want to show, and it's very important that you get to this quickly because this is what it's all about. You want to show the value that the agile transformation is doing, the value that your art is producing. This gives us some quantification, right, on a regular basis of that. Right? Then we can put that together with our actual ROI and business outcome data and get a fuller picture. Okay, then there's the problem solving workshop. They have this video. I'll let you guys watch this video. It's 9 minutes. And it goes into it in quite a bit of detail. They also have a really great toolkit that has like invites and PowerPoints and everything to put these on. I use that toolkit actually a lot more as a standalone tool than I do, frankly, at the Inspect and Adapt. If I'm in the most chaotic consulting environment or the most dysfunctional, and one of those where there's so many things wrong you don't know where to start. This is a very useful thing to pull out. It's worked for me a lot. None of this is safe specific. I've used these tools in different versions for a long time, right? And again, it's that whole idea of instead of just focusing on, right, like we do in retro, we say what could have gone better, what went well, what didn't go well. That's very anecdotal, right? What we're going to do is we're going to dig in and do a little root cause analysis, right? This 5 whys and the fishbone as a group, and we're going to restate the problem based off of the biggest root cause, right? Some of you may know this whole analysis is the 80-20 rule, things like that. Now, when we brainstorm solutions, we're solutioning something that's more thoughtful, right? This problem statement. Remember the quote earlier yesterday, a problem well stated is a problem half solved, right? It's true, because you end up with a higher quality solutions. And then the key thing to remember for the test, just like with the retrospectives at the team level, is the output needs to be something tangible in the backlog. So if you see reference to an improvement backlog item, they mean things that we're going to add to the backlog based off of this activity, right? Or at the team level, the retrospective. Oh my goodness. My cats are getting into everything now. Now I've got the other one. I don't know what's going on. Okay, and then here's the last slide. Last slide of the whole class, I think. See if there's any that I want to call out. No, I think they're all pretty straightforward. Okay. That's it. Now you guys are experts. You're expert Scrum Masters. It's safe now. Did you guys know that? They have all kinds of things. Look at this podcast, Scrum Master tips. So make use of all those. Now, lesson 6, there is a lesson 6. There's no test questions that come from it. So I don't usually go over it in class, but take a look at it. It just talks about the different things you'll have access to as with your membership in the SAFE community, stuff like that. But yeah, so I have an idea. Since nobody's talking, how about I start at the beginning, chapter 1, and I go through everything one more time. What do y'all think?
Yep.
Sounds good? All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
I don't think I have the
It's been
energy.
great, Matt. Thank you.
No, y'all are welcome. Okay, so check and see if you have access to special access, because I gave it to you guys in the last break. So check and make sure. I think all of you guys, except for one, if I remember right, had Gmail accounts, and I used that address that you signed up for class with. But if there's a different account you want me to use, just shoot me a message in chat, and I'll add that. And you'll get this here. And you see I've got the list of anti-patterns there. This is that extra set of questions. And then the PowerPoint that I've been referring to is in there just for you guys to reference. And I don't know, some miscellaneous things. So everybody can access that okay? You've got your invites for Thursday. Let's see. I guess you guys want credit for this class, huh?
Yeah, I think I cannot access. I can't see the folder.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Yeah, me too.
You can or you can't.
No, cannot.
There's an email you said you sent and it goes to spam. I didn't see that either. I don't know. It's saying.
Ah. Okay,
I
so
got the email, but not the folder. Can't see the folder.
okay. So these are the emails that I used that I granted access.
Oh, my email ID not. Oh, I think it's there. Got them.
Yep. So maybe hit refresh on it. That's weird. Gotham, let's use yours as an example. So if oh, actually, what is your email? I'm just looking. Hold on.
It started with E.
ELIM. Yeah, see, you're there.
Matt, can you send me one more time? Because I
just want to make sure that's an E. Yeah, see, you've got viewer access. Who is that? Arnold Arnold, yours would have sent you an email because yours was a Yahoo account. Do you have a Gmail account that you want me to use?
Oh, actually, never mind. I just saw it in spam. I couldn't see it on my phone, but so I used my laptop and it's here.
Okay.
So what does this do again?
It just gives you access to these extra files.
I still cannot see the folder when I click the URL from the Safety website. So if you can just share the URL, I can click on that.
That's so weird. Let me try this. Share, copy link. And so if you have access, you should be able to click on that link in chat, right? And then I think you should be able to request access, I guess, if it doesn't give it to you. Okay, so does this represent everybody that's here? Is there anybody here? We got 8 people, right?
Yeah.
All right.
With this
What do y'all
link, I
got?
can see the folder.
So when I click on the link from the chat, I can access.
Yes,
You
same.
you can access? Okay.
Yes, I can, but from not from the Safety website link.
Oh, that's so strange because it's just a subfolder. It's weird. I probably have something set up wrong. Sorry about that. Just bookmark that. I don't know, guys. Do you guys think Goddard deserves credit? Was he he wasn't that much of a troublemaker. I don't know. I guess we'll give Charlene credit for the class. What do y'all think? Is that fair? All right. All right, you guys now have access to everything. You could go take the test right now if you wanted, but don't. I recommend that you take the practice test first, okay? So if you want to go look, you can go to click on this little book icon here, and then click on My Learning. And that will take you to a page that looks like this, except yours will have, it won't have all this junk that's stuck in it. It'll have just this class, hopefully. And then you just click on it. And that will get you access to the class. If you guys want to try it. And then I'm going to ignore the path that I'm taking. I'm going to echo it in a different way. You should come to a screen that looks kind of like this. It's gonna have different items, but it's got all these launch buttons. And you can see that there's the link to the study guide, which I already gave you guys. And then there's the practice test, which you can take as many times as you want. And then this is the real test. It'll be down there at the bottom. And you might have one more item in yours, like something like certification kit or something like that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, what is that? A certification kit?
After you pass the test, that's going to be like, you download your badge and stuff for your certification.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay.
And you can right now, I always forget how to do it. There's a way to go print out even a completion certificate just for the class if you wanted. Achievements. Yeah, if you look around under achievements and stuff, you'll find things for the class. Oh yeah, see, like those are validations. I have 2, course completions. So you can find, like here's my release train engineer class completion. But all of, the main thing is the certifications, right? You want to get your certs, the badges. Okay, what other questions can I answer?
And you're having a class Thursday night? Is that what that link was to kind of do some review? Okay.
Yeah, it's totally optional. It's again, it's just something that I do. Uh, just to help people out, right? So it's a study session. We're gonna really what I'm gonna do. I go through a few things. I'll answer any specific questions, and then we're probably gonna launch the practice test, either this one or the other sample that I have. And we're gonna do lots of questions together. And most people have found that to be the most helpful thing because we can talk through the logic, and I can sort of dive a little deeper into the questions, and I have a little spiel about kind of tips, things that work for me that are better to be done after your brain settles a little bit, right? Because right now you're in information overload, so it's not as useful. But there's going to be probably, one of you guys, or there's always somebody that's going to go take the test very quickly. And you know yourself, right? If you're a really good test taker and you have a lot of experience with this, and especially if you do well on that practice test, I wouldn't wait any longer. I'd just go take it. Take the exam.
Okay, I was gonna ask, do you recommend taking the practice test before coming to the Thursday session? Or can we
You don't
use
have
that to
to.
kind of gauge if we, okay.
I do recommend it. Most people don't because we're going to get busy, right? You just spent all weekend in class and you're probably going to go to work like me, right? So don't worry if you haven't done it. It is helpful though. If you have time to take the practice test, and you'll probably be coming with some questions, which is always a good thing, right? It's going to be more meaningful. Otherwise, we'll do the questions together, right? Do some of the questions together. But yeah. So I think y'all hung in there. You did great. I appreciate it. Any other questions I can answer before we end the class?
I just gave you an excellent
Sorry,
review.
I'm struggling to navigate to this post enablement page.
Oh, sure. Yours won't be called enablements. It's going to be, did you go to My Learning over here? And I'll tell you what, if nobody has any other questions, I'm going to stay behind for a little bit. For those of you that have questions, can help you out. Otherwise, you guys have a great evening. Hope to see you on Thursday, and you have my contact information if you need anything. So good luck. Thanks so much for the time, and have a good one.
Thank you so much, Matt, for your help for the last 2 days, actually. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Matt.
You're very
It was
welcome.
very good session. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks.
What time is the meeting on Thursday going to be?
So did you get the invite? Did you look? It's probably in the spam folder.
I seen it on the is it through the email that you sent or no?
It would be an invite from Outlook. And I would have sent it really early this morning. I always get up early. I think the way that it sends though through this, I'm using like the beta version of Outlook, and it's supposed to hide all the attendance or something. I think that puts it in the spam folder. You're welcome, Sriram and Ronnie. It's already off.
Thanks, Matt. Take care.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Take care.
Matt, thank you so much for your time and helping us to know the inter certification and the details.
Yeah,
Thank you.
well, you're very welcome. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Talk to you soon.
Matt, are you able? I can't see it. Are you able to post the Zoom link in the chat, and I can just copy it from there?
Yeah, let me look. So this is what the title of it is.
Safe
It says
study.
safe study session. And is that you,
Yeah.
Arnold J44?
Yes.
So this is it.
So the title is safe.
Yeah, the title, it would come from my Outlook address, Matt Wyman at outlook.com. And it's just, the title is Safe Study Session.
Let me see.
And then it's got, I put all this in the title too.
This was today's safe study session.
The only reason I can give you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, you got it? Okay. Awesome.
And thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for your time. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I did see it, but it doesn't say the time.
Well, it's right in the title.
Inviting you for Thursday. Oh, okay. 6 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
God, it was all the way on
Yeah.
top. I'm sorry.
And then I put it down here too. Yeah, it always acts differently. Like sometimes the invite doesn't come through. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah, 6 p.m. Eastern. 6 p.m. 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern.
What time zone are you in?
I'm Eastern time,
Oh, okay, good.
so it's perfect.
Okay, awesome. Yeah, it gives me time. I'll finish up my regular job, and
Yeah.
that's good. Hey, you hung in there, and you're new to all this, right? And
Yeah.
it probably helped that you went through the essay class last week. I don't know. At least hopefully some of it sounded a little bit familiar, right?
Yeah, so yeah, it did help. I wish I did this class before I took that essay class, because that essay class sounded like gibberish.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a lot.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that one's super ambitious for sure.
yeah, I've never been in software development field before, so
Oh, wow.
I'm changing careers. Owned a business for a few years, so I'm kind of letting that go, and this is what I think I want to do.
Okay, good. Well, I think you're immersing yourself in it, and it's all about getting your foot in the door, right?
Right.
You got to find some place to give you a little experience anywhere in the software engineering, and then you're around the language, and it starts to become more ingrained, right? It's hard just to learn it the way academically. You have to start this way, right? But it's so much easier if you're in an environment, right? Because then
Right.
everybody's speaking the language.
Everyone is speaking the language, yeah. And I did this Scrum Master course before, and I passed. And even the essay course, I did the first time and I aced it. So I think.
Okay, you're not going to have any problem with this test then. If you pass the essay,
yeah,
I think this test is easier
okay.
than that.
Yeah, I have a friend who works in this field. So that's the same thing she told me, and she's kind of been mentoring me.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Do you work at home or do you work at an office?
I've been at home since COVID, but I don't like it. I get tired of it. Sometimes I go work from the park if I can, just to get out, right?
Just to get out, yeah.
Yeah, it's all remote since COVID. The consulting, that I'm doing, it's just the nature of it. Every now and then a little bit of travel, but not really that much. So.
Right. Where would you recommend I apply for a job, or should I just apply anywhere and everywhere?
I know it's and you're what does your background look like outside of the business? You said you were running a business for a little while, your own business.
Yeah.
Have you worked anywhere else before that?
I have a degree in biology, but that's
Okay.
that's nothing to do with this. And so I used to I've been a personal trainer for a lot of years.
Oh wow. Good for you. You're really taking a leap in career here, but you look young. You still have plenty of time to develop this. Yeah. I would be very open-minded about what you take to get your foot in the door. My son's in the same situation. I mean, he's only 21.
Yeah.
He's still going to school.
I'm 27.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. And he's, and he thinks he wants to do computer science, but, he doesn't know which area, which field. And I think it's the most important thing is anything you can get that puts you in the environment of software engineering
Right.
is going to be very valuable, right? Because it's going to add up. Like at first, it may not be exactly what you want, but now you're speaking the language and you're around it, and you're going to have more credibility as a candidate, right?
Yeah.
It may be hard to get a Scrum Master job right off the bat. I wouldn't say never, but from what I understand, there's so many candidates out there with the Scrum Master, and I think it's kind of redefining itself, right? That role. So some people go in through like the testing route or QA route or the operations and IT route. As long as you know you're going to be around or at least tangentially involved with actual software development.
Okay.
If you like this, right?
Yeah.
That's the main thing. Then you start getting used to these terms, right? Like continuous integration and code branching and all these, there's just a whole bunch of terms.
Right.
The difference between different kinds of testing, integration testing, user acceptance testing. And that's what it takes, because then you start to absorb this. Ideally, you're in an agile environment, of course.
Yeah.
Right, if you can, but.
Right. All right. Well.
No. Good luck. Good luck with that. It's I think there's still a lot of opportunity out there, especially if you really learn this scale stuff and you add a little experience to it. There's a lot of opportunity. There aren't that many people that understand it well, and so it's in high demand.
It's in high demand. Got it.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to get to that. It's like anything else. The academic and certification part only takes you so far.
Yeah.
Right. You've got to couple it with the experience, because it's all nice reading about this, but it's really a messy world out there when you're applying it. You can't read about that. You have to be in it.
You have to be in it. Yep. That's what. That's what. I mean, I'm taking tons of notes, and I record the class. So I listen to it with my AirPods, kind of like just how people listen to music, so I can be able to get it and understand it. But I think you have to really be hands-on to be able to.
You do. Like, I mean, it's the same with me, right? There's this, I ended up in this particular path just from, a lot of it was just happenstance, right? Of what I ended up getting involved with. And I also really liked it, because it kind of bridges technology and business, right? And process. I already spent my years as a developer. I don't want to just be a developer anymore. It drives me crazy. I think I do a little mix.
Right. Awesome. Good. What's your LinkedIn? You want to write for me in the chat, or you can.
I have that at the bottom of the thing. It's just Matt Wyman. Yeah, send me a connection.
Yeah, I'll do that right now. If it's gonna let me.
Well, I appreciate your willingness to ask questions and having your video on, all that stuff means a lot, right? It helps me a lot. So I
Yeah,
really appreciate
thank you.
that.
I kind of wanted to say something because is this you, Dallas, Texas?
No, I'm not in Dallas. I'm in Atlanta.
Oh, you're in Atlanta.
Here, let me put the,
Yeah, Oregon.
should be able to,
Yeah, it pulls.
try that one. Oh,
Yeah,
I forgot the
yeah.
beginning part, the HTTP part, but you can do that.
Let's see. Yeah, this is perfect. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna copy this, and then
Oh wait, there we go. There's the full
I got it.
full address.
All right, Matt, thank you so much. So I'm definitely
Yeah.
gonna talk to you and let you know how I do. But after this, so I have 3 certifications. I have the Scrum Master. I have the Leading Safe.
The CSM.
Yeah.
CSM.
Yeah, I have CSM. I have Leading Safe, and now I have what we did today.
Now
So,
you got this?
what's that?
Yeah, now you've got this.
Yeah, and now I
You
have
will.
this. Yeah,
If you
okay.
did the essay, this is gonna be a breeze for you.
Perfect. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Have a good evening.
We'll talk in LinkedIn.
Talk to you soon.
See ya.
Okay.